sessions is called for the end of the warm-up. These two are going to leave.
They're going to what, sorry?
They're going to leave.
Okay, sure.
Jacob, Jacob, this is just for the warm-up for so much.
Hello and welcome. Finals day of the UK Pro Series Classic Week at the St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club. I'm Barry Milnes with you for the start of the day, and the two gentlemen on court. Billy Harris now in your picture, and we just saw a glimpse of his opponent today, Julian Cash. Two of the 12 men who have been competing here in this final week through the round robin stage. And this is going to be the men's 5th and 6th place playoff encounter between two guys who have faced each other a couple of times in the series already. And in fact, it was Billy Harris who was able to come through both of those matches. Very similar scores, 7-6, 6-2 in week 3 and 7-5, 6-2 in week 4. An early start to the day, a lot to get through. And these two will be the ones to kick things off in a few minutes' time. Here is Julian Cash, 23 years of age, at ATP ranking, some way down, but he's been playing a lot of college tennis in the States, got some honours from that, and has certainly earned some honours here in the past few weeks, not least winning his last 3 matches in succession, all with match tiebreaks, having lost his first 3 of the week in match tiebreak. So he has certainly played a lot of tennis to get to this encounter. From Brighton, right-handed, two-handed backhand, and clearly a real competitor who is looking to make his mark, certainly today. If he could finish 5th overall this week, that would be some achievement for him. His British ranking is number 34. That again is affected by how much he plays domestically or not, but in terms of what's at stake today, for 5th place, a good amount of prize money, $6,500, and the 6th place finisher gets $6,000. So handy amounts of money for both these guys should they win it, or should they come off second best today. But certainly in terms of what they have done in the last few weeks, after no tennis at all, of course, all this action is most welcome. And here is the Iron Man of the series. Billy Harris has played every day of the series. So today is the 42nd day. He has played 41 matches in succession, day after day, since the 6th of July. The 25-year-old has won 24 of those 41 matches so far. Born in Nottingham, based in the Isle of Man. And he is currently the British number 20. But he must go down in the record books for what he's put together over this series. Can't think of anybody else who would have played so many competitive matches in succession, day after day. Not a break at all. I wonder what he's doing tomorrow, apart from lying down in a dark room perhaps, or maybe he'll just feel, I've got to carry on, I've got so much tennis, I don't know what else to do. But it is yeah, just a remarkable effort, and obviously loving the competition. And so one more match for him to get through. Bound to have been some fatigue along the way, but he's battled through that. And Chantal Guttman will be overseeing this first match of the day. A lineup of matches on court one that will be followed here by Naomi Brodie against Emily Appleton. That will be the women's 5th and 6th place playoff match. Then James Ward takes on Dan Cox in the 3rd and 4th place playoff men's match. And from 2:30 onwards, not before 2:30, we have the first of our 2 finals. Emma Raducanu against Jodie Burrage. That will be the showpiece event in the women's singles. And on the men's side, well, that men's final which follows not before 4 p.m. Liam Brodie against Ryan Peniston, an all-lefty final in the men's draw. And the concluding match here on this court will be Harriet Dart against Eden Silva, the 2 losing semi-finalists from yesterday in the 3rd and 4th place playoff on the women's side. But there a look at the men's final table. So all those guys in action today, I've mentioned some of them. We've got Cash and Harris obviously about to start here. But those bottom 3 matches, Alistair Gray against Arthur Ferry, Henry Patton against Luke Johnson, and Mark Whitehouse versus Todd Hands will all take place on the adjoining court 2. So throughout the morning and indeed into the afternoon and probably the evening, we will be keeping you posted on all that's going on here at this fine club, which has done a tremendous job over the last few weeks to give us so much competitive tennis and give all the players who've taken part, over 60 of them, a chance to compete not just once a week, but every day of the week if they want to, as Billie Harris has shown you can do. One hopes that the format here with the 2 tie-break sets and then a match tie-break set finale if required, allowing the players a slightly shorter version of events that they would perhaps play elsewhere, but certainly a very good format. And the fact that they can come back day after day, even if they've lost 6 times in a row, they can come back on day 7 and have one more go at it. Just a glimpse on the other side, the match that is going to take place there at the start today. Nadia Rawson against Danielle Daly. That is the 11th, 12th place playoff match. Daly coming in as a sub for Elise Maloney, I believe, and we'll keep you posted on that. But the main focus will be, of course, on court 1 today. 5th and 6th place playoffs, 3rd and 4th place playoffs, and of course our 2 main final matches, eagerly anticipated, and what should be a very fitting conclusion to the UK Pro Series. So Billie Harris will serve. I believe Gillian Cash elected to receive. Because of coronavirus and the restrictions on events. No crowd here, but also no line judges or ball kids, just to reduce the amount of human interaction, close proximity on the court. So the players expected to call their own lines and also collect the balls, but the umpire can obviously overrule if required. It will be Billie Harris to start this final day. pressures a day, isn't he? Incredible work ethic to have played every day of the series. And so despite coronavirus, this guy's played well over 60 matches in total this year. But he'll have to be doing a bit better with location on the serve. Cash quickly cashing in on that one with a fine forehand return. Obviously eager to make a bit more of an impression today than he did against Harris in those previous encounters. That said, they were pretty close first sets before Harris, having won both of them, then had an easier ride through the second sets in weeks 3 and 4. Good body serve, kept up the pressure with his follow-up shot and at the net. Posing himself, Cash unable to find a pass, and it is Billy Harris winning the first game today in good fashion. Back on the 6th of July, his first match was a very long one indeed against Tom Hans, in which he came through 10-5 in a match tiebreak, having split 2 tiebreak sets with tiebreaks prior to that. That was perhaps an indication of the effort he was prepared to make. That was day 1. Here we are, day 42 of this series, concluding day. In fact, he won his first 3 matches that first week. Runner-up in weeks 2, 3 and 4, so he really has tucked in to what's on offer here. Would love to round off this great series for him with another win. The room and hits a great return to find that corner. Early pressure on Cash after the double fault, now beaten on the next point like that. 15-30. And again, Real quality from Harris with that return. Look at another second serve, made good use of the reply. Strength ball into the backhand, Cash can't handle it, and immediately break points for Harris. More putting power into that backhand wing, which Cash is unable to cope with. So Billy Harris making a very strong start here, his final day of 42 in a row. Imagine that, imagine playing 42 matches in succession. It's a remarkable feat, and hopefully he'll get some special reward for it as well as the prize money on offer. 2-love. Perhaps a little over eager to make good on the start he's already made. Increase the lead, but a couple of errors. Cash really getting interested in the possibility here of getting on the board himself with a break back straight away. Mistake sudden from Harris, so Cash with the chance definitely to try and break back here. 2 points with that possibility. Serve to the forehand that kicks up and causes Cash trouble to make the return. But still he has the edge here in this game. Can he go on and convert? Harris had to get a big shot in from where he was, way out, and then he seemed to get a bit caught up on the left there, and yet Cash just couldn't get the ball back over. So that's a very good play, a risky one, but he's made it count, has Billy Harris. And he's got himself to juice. Cash coming forward, trying to put pressure on, but he left it very short, and Harris not going to miss that one. So Billy's doing an excellent job this tough game, coming through it from 15-40 down. Showing us much more of a fighter he is. Beat Liam Brodie no less earlier in the week. Brodie, who will play in the final later on today. And then got the better of Arthur Ferry yesterday in another gutsy display. 3-love, he leads first set. Julian Cash starting game 4 here on this final day at the St George's Hill Tennis Club. Tough opening 3 games for him. Harris has been in good form, albeit the last game was a battle for him to come through from break points down, but he did well too. This time, Cash transfers well up the court. Of irritation about Cash, understandably, hasn't found the high percentage he wants on the first serve. Gives Harris therefore a look at a second, and again very eager and right onto that to make the most of it. Shows you what a first serve can do for Cash, and nice to see him coming in behind it in case he needed to volley as well. Certainly do with more big first serves than he's managed so far. Puts him in the box seat, doesn't it? Gets him forward, able to use the serve forehand combination again for a quick point. Take back rotation and balance on that shot. Just finding the service box, and Cash, as a result, has found his way onto the scoreboard. But trailing 3-1 at the moment. Billy Harris with the early break here. If you're just joining our coverage, this is the first match of the day on court 1 with 5th and 6th place men's playoff match between Julian Cash and Billy Harris, the first encounter for us. Great work. There's real strength in those legs to get back and hit that well. The mileage in the legs, of course, as he's played every day since the 6th of July. He must start the day with a great breakfast every day. I wonder what he has. Again, a lot of force, a lot of accuracy, just doing the basics very well there to put pressure on Cash throughout that exchange. And another look of discontent on Cash's face. First of 6 matches on court 1 through this final day. 6 matches every day, of course, through the week. And I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that Naomi Cavaday and Marcus Willis will be along to join me as we build up through the day. Get their expert views on how the matches are progressing. And this one's certainly going rather well for Billie Harris. That's a 4-1 lead. Certainly looking good at the moment for the first set. Julian Cash well aware coming into this encounter that would most likely be a tough one, having twice lost to Billie Harris earlier in the series. And there's no doubt that Harris has come out full of intent and intensity. Although he couldn't make much of that return, he's hit a couple of really strong ones early on, putting pressure on Cash's serve. Forward to try and attack that one, just missing. It really does come out well from that return again. Right back at Cash, giving him next to no time to try and react and control his response. Intimidating play from Harris at times. But that will annoy him. Keeps it all pretty much under wraps, doesn't he? Just that very serious look. Right off his head. Sat there to be hit, just floating back. Good serve that time, and Harris for once unable to do much more than react to it. So Cash with a second game for him, 2 behind at the moment. nicely timed shot. Cash clearly not happy with his return. Left it short there. And that's why he's so annoyed. He's immediately under pressure. Cash is actually on a 3-match win streak. Last 3 days have all gone his way. After 3 losses in the first 3 days, he then beat Luke Johnson 10-6 in a match tiebreak. Followed that up by beating Arthur Ferry 14-12 in a match tiebreak, having come from a set down to get that far. And again yesterday, he got his way back from a set down against Alistair Gray. And won 10-6 in a match tiebreak. Not for the first time then. Harris at 15-40. Can he work his way out of this hole? One of the longest rallies so far. Again, an example of the power that Harris brings. He's 6'3" tall, and he does pack a punch not just with his serve, but strong off the ground. Yet again, Cash can't make the most of these big points. The break points have all been saved by Harris so far. Ones that he's faced. Cash showing more emotion, understandably annoyed not to have capitalised yet. Yeah, just a little indication there of Harris's irritation. Perhaps didn't have the ball toss in the right place. Doesn't make the first serve. Needs a good second. And it was good enough, and then Cash really not doing anything good on that shot. Harris up to game point. Another return that disappoints Julian Cash, but for Harris this is very good work again. He really has dug himself out of a couple of jams with some decent play and exploited the errors that his opponent has made. Once again today it's Harris in charge of the opening set. Right now he's up 5-2. Billy Harris made a good start and he's certainly kicked on from there. Well, Cash times kicking himself for the errors he's made when he's had moments, his own opportunities to do some damage against the Harris serve, but still hasn't managed to get the break back and is now about to serve to stay in this first set. Done it at whatever level, but that really won't feel good coming forward behind the serve and then miscuing the volley completely. That's better. Made certain of a good serve. It wasn't full power, but it was an accurate one and a nice follow-up shot. Just needs to get through this game and try and put a bit of pressure on Harris. And that volley will work off the body this time. Better control. At least try and ask Harris the question if he can serve out the set. That is some response off the body return. There have been a few really good hits in reply to the Cash serve. Harris hasn't allowed him to settle. Pressure on throughout, but that much better. Just lovely rhythm on that. Fine serve down the tee. Game point for Cash. But it again is another excellent reply. It comes back with interest, something on it. The width this time. Shot through low. It just puts more of a premium on Cash in his mind on the serve and where he's going to locate it, how he's going to hit it, that he's got to do something really good with it. He did there. That's a great second serve ace. Cash with another hold. Some good serving in that game. I hope that that level is maintained now, or if not improved upon at least. But he needs to try and break here. Billy Harris serving for the first set, 5-3. Put power into that serve, a bit of a risk being a second serve, but a little fortune with the net cord play. Suddenly, a bit of an exclamation from him after missing off the ground. And he keeps saying to Cash, well, look, I'll give you a good start in my service games. What can you do then? Once again, Harris falling behind in this one. That looked okay to me. Cash having a very good look at the mark. 30 all. 2 points from the set. Confirming it was just a couple of inches into the tram lines off that return. It wasn't far away, but it now means Harris with the first set point today. Go up the line, change that direction, didn't handle it. Cash still involved in the set. What a brilliant play off his body. That wasn't easy. He really organised his footwork very well and was balanced enough to make a fine strike into the left wing, and it earns him a second set point. And that is the first set secured for Billy Harris. The Iron Man can have a bit of a breather after coming through that opening set by 6 games to 3. Impressive stuff from him. Had to deal with some difficult moments, but he's done well with all of those so far. And I think we can very shortly have a word with him, get the headset on right. Hello. Billy, good morning. It's Barry Milnes in the comms booth. Glad to got the headset right. You got a lot right in that first set. A good start, some difficult moments. How would you sum up things so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit up and down, really. Came out trying to be quite aggressive. And luckily just making a few more than I'm missing, but getting a bit sloppy now, so need to get back to basics.
Well, the basics, you've been playing now 42 days running. It's an incredible feat that you've done through this series. What is the secret to playing 42 matches in a row and still coming up for more with the energy and the shots you have? It's remarkable.
I think it's just getting a good fry up in the morning.
I thought it might be.
And no, just taking care of the body. I mean, the physios have been good here, and been up to see my physio a couple of times as well.
Well, it's great to see you performing like this, and we look forward to the rest of this match and make the most of it. And I hope you've got a day off tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely a day off.
Excellent.
Cheers.
All right, we'll leave you to it.
Thanks.
There you are. I see a good fry-up always sets you up for a good day, doesn't it? Good on him. So far, Billy Harris making the early running on this last day of the UK Pro Series here at the St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club. Julian Cash not looking in quite such a happy place. Understandably, he'll be disappointed that things have been mistimed, miscued. The opportunities have come and gone and not been taken so far. But let's not discount him, because he has won his last 3 matches of the week, and he has, in his last 2, come from a set down to win both of those. So here we go with set number 2 today. Got to make the serve work more for him. Got to get more first serves in. And he managed, certainly in the early stages of this encounter. First time Harris lays into the return, right back at Cash, and again he's just not able to react as well as he needs to that sharp response. And that's a very good dipping return, a difficult attempt on the half volley pickup to that. 30 all. 2 points putting some pressure back on Cash again, as if there wasn't pressure already on him. He could be quite critical the next couple of points in terms of where his game goes from here. If Harris can strike early in this set as well. That's a superb serve out wide. Yeah, well done, Julian Cash. Needed that, dialed it up, put it in. Well, for the most part, the first serves were in, and that made life a lot easier for Cash. So I'm sure when he sat down at the end of the first set, he would have been telling himself, do some of that. You could see from him, although his percentage was actually not bad in that first set, in fact, better than Harris's, surprisingly. But the number of points won, Harris taking the majority. Got that crucial breakthrough in the second game. That set him up well. And although he said to us that it was a bit in and out in terms of his level, when it really came to the crunch, he dealt with it in a positive way. So, back to serve again. Love one in the second set. No messing with that. No dealing with it on the other side. nice there from Cash. Harris confined to that sideline, trying to whip it back. Not the biggest target there. Has certainly made some amends, it seems, on the serve, but the return game, he's again disappointed. Not able to time as many good returns as he would like. Safely through another hold. Harris levels 1-1, second set. So new balls coming out after the first 11 games. Nicely done. Calculated coming forward. And this was a good play. Again, he had to play it a low down ball on the first volley, and he manages to stun that enough with the next. Good feel on that shot from Julian Cash. Choosing to change it up, that's a risk that didn't work. He was well inside the baseline, so perhaps a good place to play it, but I don't think Harris was that far back. That's clever initially from Harris. It seemed to go back behind with that little dink return up the line, but Cash not to be caught out. Signs of improvement from Julian, which he needs to make, and might make more of this second set. And of course, he's done some really good comebacks in the last couple of days. 2-1, his lead in the second set. Final day of the UK Pro Series Classic Week at St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club in Weybridge, southwest of London. Great job staging this series over the past 6 weeks. We really have had some great battles over the last few days, culminating in a lineup today that on this court begins with this Cash-Harris encounter. Naomi Brodie against Emily Appleton next up in the women's 5th, 6th place playoff match. Then James Ward against Dan Cox in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. That'll be followed by the women's final, Emma Raducanu against Jodie Burrage. Then the men's final, Liam Brodie against Ryan Peniston. Good move made there by Cash, catching out Harris. And the last match of this final day on court 1 will be the women's 3rd, 4th place playoff encounter between Harriet Dart and Eden Silva. Didn't make that back over the net, but Harris handled the pressure situation. This is a good ball back. He has to make the volley. That certainly a possibility for Cash, but he's just trying to protect what he could. He was a bit at 6s and 7s where to be, and fortunately for him, Cash put it in the net. That's a good serve though to seal another game. Any possibility Cash might have had quickly snuffed out. Straying over from the other court where Nadia Rawson leads Danielle Daly 5-3 at the first set. He's done that a few times, just the width. He's obviously aware that Cash is starting to come in more behind the serve, but by putting it up the line with his reply, takes Cash away from the net a bit. Has to suddenly veer to his left, and now he's got to veer to his right. But that time, just missing the target, Harris. Cash has clearly decided that serve and volley is the way forward, as it were. Certainly a way to put some pressure on the Harris returns and stop him perhaps putting too much pressure on Cash's serve. Again, the direction, the way he subtly put that across the court at a sharp angle just made that so much harder for Cash to make the volley. See there, he has to make a sort of adjustment early in his movement forward to pick up the angled play coming back from Harris. Well played from him. It was close, but Harris right to point that being just wide. was a bit wider on the return. Again, guns one back straight away off the second serve. Not enough on the ball from Cash's racket. Unlike that one. Held his ground there, didn't move straight away to his right to cover the cross court. Perhaps Cash sort of aware of that, didn't really focus on the ball that he then struck. Real test for Julian's game here. But that's big time. Yeah. Another one of those would be timely for him too, just to get through this game, fend off Harris's considerable threat. But he can't do it with that. That attempt to kick it out, but Harris was on to that so sharply, and such a good reply again. They've been a feature of this match, his returns, amongst other things. Dropped in short, well done by Cash. Good tee serve again from the deuce side. Reckon he might go tee with the next serve. Body, and that does the job. Harris can only fend it off. Cash coming forward to finish with a nice backhand. And they remain on serve in set number 2. Julian Cash determined to make another successful fight back today, and he's up in this set by 3-2. On we go with Billy Harris serving 2-3, second set. A set up already on Julian Cash in this first match of the last day here at the St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club. 5th and 6th place playoff match in the men's draw. Controlled aggression. Harris in charge of that first point of the game. impressive points in a row so far. Made that look so easy. Came stinging back, but he was right there to hit a very sharp cross-court backhand. Just using the pace that came from Julian's racket, sending it back in a different way. He certainly grooved his game over the last 41 days, coming into this final day. On Harris, caught out for once, trying to reply. Again, another forward move by Cash in the game with the serve and volley. Albeit a smash he had to make there, he was pushed back, but also a forward move on the scoreboard again. He's now up 4-3 in this very competitive second set. Trying to do what he's done the last couple of days and come all the way back to win. It's been a second set. Some better serving from Cash and more good stuff from Harris. But there haven't been the opportunities to break yet. And yet, with Cash now making his presence felt more up the court, might be a way for him to produce something perhaps in this game, or far off, turn this around. Perhaps just puts a little more pressure on Harris in his bid to try and close this out. Yeah, I think the indication there, get up where you can. Thoroughly good forehand. The return again sits up, asks to be hit. Very good rallying, and Cash comes out the better. So he has indeed now got himself what could be a very important break point here. He had 4 in the first set, was unable to take any of them. Harris back then was twice 15-40 down. Here he is at 30-40. Good serve to save that one. Does produce under pressure. A bit tight, didn't get the release on it. This would be for Cash if he can now convert this one. Harris aced him out wide in the last one. And there we go, Cash with an ironic cheer as he finally does convert. Julian Cash has made his first breakthrough, and he will now serve for the second set to level them up and force them into a deciding match tie-break.
There's one behind the board
He's certainly persisted, hasn't he? Refused to roll over for Billy Harris here. Makes certain of a good first serve to start this key game. And then comes in behind it. Closer and closer now to taking the second set. Dumped forehand in the net. Harris suddenly showing fragility here. But Cash has been very tough through this second set, and he's earned these 3 set points. A big effort from Cash, and he's leveled the match. Really good effort. He had a tough start to the day, but he's found his way through the second set and even things up. He takes the second set now, having lost the first 6-3. He's taken the second set by the same score, and hopefully we'll be able to have a quick word with him in a moment, just to get his thoughts on what he's achieved out there right now before a match tiebreak to decide things. Hi Julian, it's Barry in the comms booth. Well done on that second set. You had a tough start to the day, Billy playing very strong tennis, and you had some chances which you couldn't convert, but you've certainly got persistence in you, haven't you? Well done.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit of a slow start, kind of similar to yesterday. Took me some time to kind of get into the match. I felt like I was in a few of his service games, but struggling on the second serve return, really, which is a shame, because I don't feel like he's serving that well. I feel like his percentage is low, so yeah, just glad I found a way through that set. Really, wasn't easy, but got the serve going, and yeah, found a tiny bit of rhythm and took that chance. And
you also seem to be coming in more. Is that going to be the plan now, to sort of really try and impose yourself in this match tiebreak?
I think so, yeah. Just got to go after it. You know, nothing to lose. Last day. It's been a long 6 weeks, so yeah, it comes down to this.
It has. Well, we'll let you get on with that. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
It's good of them to talk to us at the end of these sets. Not much time to think about anything else, but now they will come out to sort out the conclusion of this first match of the day. We have had some great contests through this week, and another real battle here to kick things off for us on finals day. One of these two will finish 5th overall in this classic week and receive a prize money of $6,500, $6,000 going to the 6th place man. So that's what's on the line now for Billy Harris, his 42nd day in succession. Is he going to end this marathon run for him with a win? He will start the match tiebreak. First to 10, clear by 2. Cash has gone across to the forehand, and that was the area where we suddenly saw some brittle play from Billy Harris in the last couple of games. Not the most assured shot there from him, so Cash now will really have the bit between his teeth. Immediate mini break for the 23-year-old. What tennis, a tremendous rally. Harris almost had run out of the point, just managed to get one more ball back off that smash, but Cash then forward again, as we've seen him do more of in this contest, and wins the point from there. Very nice volley. 2-0. Just desperately needs to find that forehand again because it's letting him down badly. He's 3-0 behind. Of course, it is only one mini break. So good on that big serve. Reducing the deficit. Well, sometimes that decision to serve and volley, it makes you give yourself a better ball toss and you really get in after the ball. And Cash has definitely improved on the serves. The first serve percentage has gone up for him. It did go up for Harris a bit in the second set as well, but the points differential favouring Cash, and some aces as well that we saw from him in set number 2, and critically, crucially, of course, that break late in the piece made the difference. What's going to make the ultimate difference now in this match tie-break? 4-2 lead at the moment for Cash after the change of ends. He's driven some good ones today, but now off the backhand that goes long.
Want it?
A couple of good service points here just to keep himself in touching distance. Well, he hit some decent forehands, but that ultimately didn't work for him. And again, Cash gets reward coming in, making it happen up at the net. And now he's got a double break on Billy Harris in this match tie break. Harris trailing 2-6. There was real commitment. That took some nerve at this stage. Mentally, some strength there from Harris. Having missed a couple, there was no doubt there was total commitment through that. Lovely release on that. 6-3. Another ace. points ahead, and only 3 more points required for Cash to clinch this one, to win his 4th match in succession. And to win all of them with match tie breaks, and the last 3, including this one, if he does do it, from a set down as well. Can't count him out. Harris well aware of that, no doubt. Harris, who had beaten him twice earlier in the series, both times in straight sets. Different story now. Another 6 points come and gone, so another change of things. Naomi Brody and Emily Appleton will be warming up, ready to do battle in our next match here. We'll be on very shortly after this one concludes. So Marcus Willis will be joining me for that one. Strong up the line that time, but he's missed the target, and now he's in a perilous position, because with that, here are the first of 5, or here are 5 match points for Julian Cash. 9-4, this for the win. It is his day in the end. Cash comes all the way back to win it, to beat Billy Harris for the first time. Harris has to concede there. His marathon run ends ultimately in defeat. Disappointment for him that it should be that way, but he has contributed so much. But Cash, the man who can celebrate the victory, arms aloft. It wasn't an easy start for him, but as we heard, made improvements in that second set. He was coming forward more, and he certainly did in the match tie-break. And he put too much pressure on Harris, ultimately for Harris to deal with it. And so Cash ends up in 5th place in this Classic week. Congratulations to him. $6,500 better off for his efforts. 3-6, 6-3, 10-4, the final score. And there you can have a quick look at the numbers, and I'll be back for match number 2 very shortly. Welcome back to Court 1 here at St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club. Our final day of action in this UK Pro Series Classic week. And we are about to watch the women's 5th and 6th place playoff encounter. Naomi Brodie on the right of screen, winning the spin of the coin against Emily Appleton. Two players who have faced each other 4 times already in this series of weeks here at St George's, which is just in Weybridge to the southwest of London. I'm Barry Milnes, and I'm delighted to say that alongside me will be Marcus Willis for this second match of our 6 scheduled for the day. Once these two have sorted out this encounter, we've then got James Ward and Dan Cox in the 3rd, 4th place playoff match. Then the 2 finals, Raducanu against Burridge, followed by Liam Brodie against Ryan Penniston, and then Harriet Dart against Eden Silver in a 3rd and 4th place playoff. But here we are profiling Emily Appleton, 20 years of age, and she is the British number 16. Local lass who has enjoyed success last week. Of course, she won the 5th week of this series, and the woman she beat to do that in the final was the woman she's facing today, in Naomi Brodie. Naomi, who had won their previous 3 encounters. Week 1 they met. Brodie came from a set down to win in 3, winning a match tie-break 10-6. She did the same in terms of winning a match tie-break 10-6 the following week in the round robin. Then they met in the final, and Brodie won that in 2 tight tie-break sets. But ultimately, Appleton last week got the better of Naomi, 5-7-6 to 10-8. So she's had a decent series, and is certainly a bright young prospect, just 20 years of age. And as I say, alongside me for this match is Marcus Willis. Marcus, obviously, we're now going to profile Naomi, who was battling here last night. She played the last match of the evening and ultimately got through it. She had a bit of a struggle to get her game. In fact, she said how, although she's played a lot of weeks in this event, it has been a struggle for her to find her form. But when you've been out for as long as she has, that's perhaps no surprise.
It's very, very difficult to come here and play against the calibre of players that are here and get what you want, I guess.
But the great thing is that you can come back the next day and try again, can't you? You're not ruled out for the week.
I really enjoy the format. As I said, normally I played week 1 and lost 4 or 5 matches. Normally that takes you a good, 2-3 months.
Exactly.
And you learn quickly, and you can adjust and change things the next day. It's not the end of the world. It's great. Also, wins gave me confidence as well. Played much better in the 5th week, and tie-break problems to sort out.
So what is next for you before we really get into this encounter? For you, having done that, having got back playing singles, which you hadn't done for what, a couple of years?
2.5 years. I mean, I was playing doubles earlier this year before the pandemic, I was more focused on that. Obviously, I'm 30 this year. Now, I really enjoyed my singles the last few weeks. So, I'm start my training tomorrow. Need to drop a few pounds, but I've done it before. I'll do it again.
Good luck to you with that. I'm sure a lot of people would want to see you back, playing a game, starring on some big stages, as you've obviously done in the past. The stage here is set almost for these two to get underway. As you can see, 5th and 6th, the positions they're jockeying for finally. Raducanu and Burridge, the two who have emerged preeminent here and will contest the final not before 2:30 this afternoon in the women's draw, and then the men's final, Liam Brodie against Ryan Penniston, an all-lefty final in the men's singles. That will be not before 4 p.m. Naomi unable to follow her brother all the way to a title decider this week, but as we were saying, she's obviously had some injuries. She's been out for a while, but she just did say in an interview yesterday with Naomi Cavaday, our colleague in commentary, that she feels she's starting to get there, that it does take time. And obviously she has a game which is a very aggressive kind of style. She has a single-handed backhand. She's a tall woman. She's 6'2". So getting those levers working, getting the timing on that shot is not easy for her to do. And it can be a struggle. So it can be sort of fits and starts for her a bit, rather than a consistent sort of, she's not a sort of grinder of the ball, she loves to go after it. Appleton's game, what of Appleton's game? What can we expect today from her?
Big hitter, likes to come forward, aggressive player, really nice player. I think I think Emily won the final last week when they played the tight one. They've played a few times, right?
Yeah. This is the 5th meeting of this series.
Okay.
Yeah, overall.
Yeah.
So
and it's been tight quite a few times, I've seen.
3 match tie breaks.
Yeah.
Brodie leads the series 3-1.
Okay.
But Appleton won, last week in that final. So a big match-up for them to finish all the effort they've put into these weeks. Brodie, who has played in 4 of the 5, but it will be Emily Appleton to start here. Finished 3rd in Box B in the round robin stage. She beat Beth Gray at the start of the week in a match tie break, then lost a couple of encounters, in fact, to the form players of that group, Jodie Burridge and Emma Raducanu, who both beat her in straight sets, but she came back with 3 more wins. And straight away you see Naomi teeing off, trying to attack the ball. Doesn't leave much to doubt, does she? She just goes after it whenever she gets the chance. That's how she goes about her business. And it can be very intimidating if you're on the other side. But if you can stay solid, you saw Beth Gray really getting so much back against her yesterday. It can make it very tough for Brodie to keep doing that. Another wild one. Improved through the match yesterday. She'd had a long match the day before, although she had a best part of yesterday to recover. It just showed a bit at the start, however. We know what a competitor she's been in the past. She's been a top 100 player on the tour. Loads of experience. And then a doubles title on the main tour. And a whole lot of matches besides. Big day for all concerned, and perhaps a little bit of early nerves there. Appleton's deceleration on that serve. Just wanting to establish herself, get involved in the match early. To receive first, don't you? Always feel you can.
I do, yeah. I used to be a slow starter. I read Brad Gilbert's book, Winning Ugly, and that's one of the things he said in his book was sort of made a lot of sense to me. So it's what I try and do now. But a lot of the British guys know that, and to wind me up, they just make me serve first. I mean, I do it. It's not the end of the world, but it becomes, kind of a thing.
Yes. Brodie swinging and missing again, so more errors than good shots from her so far as they get underway here, the second match of the day. And Appleton on the board first, and you can hear plenty of noise coming from the other court as well. Nadia Rawson up against alternate Danielle Daly. Rawson is 6-3, 4-3 ahead at the moment in that matchup. Daly coming in for Liz Maloney, who was beaten yesterday. That's the 11th and 12th place playoff match in the women's. And we'll keep you posted on all those matches as well through today, as well as the feature ones here on court 1. Field their own balls here with restrictions due to lockdown, coronavirus at the limit on personal interaction, so no ball kids, no line judges for these events. Call their own lines, collect their own balls and hope that the umpire sides with them when they appeal.
Yeah, it's been some fruity calls in the last few weeks.
Week that began in intense heat, and although of course an indoor event, sauna-like within this stadium. Very difficult for all concerned, and we're rather glad that it's certainly not as warm the last few days, but grateful for the roof of course with all the rain that's come our way, although it's quite pleasant at the moment. This very picturesque club. Big lake out to the side of the main complex. It's the right idea, but just not the feel there on that backhand slice.
Didn't quite get it on her racket early enough, did she? But yeah, right idea. She had Brodie on the back foot there. She's got a very complete game, Emily, so she can do that.
Thought about taking it on, decides it would drop long, and it did. And Brodie matches Appleton with a hold of serve here at the start. So it's a format you obviously like and enjoy. You mentioned a bit already about that, but is it something you think that can be developed more for this level, that should be developed more by the LTA and others in this country?
I completely agree with that. I think speaking to a couple of the coaches last week, and one thing we sort of, as a nation, I feel, especially growing up, we neglect is match play and sets and points and stuff like that. You know, I've trained at various places, and you sort of do, you know, drills and play, you know, points out of the hand, but the best place that I trained at Bisham when I was younger, we had 11 guys in the top 100 juniors. And we played sets every afternoon with someone different, and you get to tournaments and you're so used to it. So this is a perfect chance to do that.
Well, it's been noticeable, hasn't it, over many years, how countries like, for example, Germany with its Bundesliga, and you know, the more competition, France and Spain, clubs, that they do get that, and perhaps that has really been lacking here for too long.
Well, it has. I mean, I think we all, loads of us go over to France and Germany each year to make some good money. There's just a lot of money in it, and unfortunately there's not so much over here, but no, we do. It's a pretty strong finals. Joe Salisbury played last year, I believe, in the final. So you get good players. It's just it's something we have to do, is go to France and Germany. I enjoy it, but ultimately when you're playing that, you know, you're taking weeks out of your international calendar.
Right now, any travel is
I'm not sure.
Unlikely, perhaps, or certainly difficult. Now there's that good move forward. Appleton coming up to the net well.
Brodie made it tricky for her there. She did well. Kept the ball very low, put a lot of balls back in the court. Really good feel there at the end. That'll do it.
Yep. She seems pretty calm out there, just going about her business, doing what she can do well with this strong game all round. And so far, it's on serve. Appleton up by 2-1. Match 2 now well underway, and it's Naomi Brodie serving 1-2 against Emily Appleton. Brodie looking to try and avenge last week's final defeat. She did beat Appleton in the final in week 2. Just the finishing volley missing, but she'd dealt with all the slice that Brodie was using there, Marcus.
Yeah, she'll be frustrated with that one. Played a good point, but this happens. She's playing the right way, obviously.
How is she temperament-wise? I mean, is she generally fairly level-headed, Emily?
Yeah, she seems pretty positive, gets on with it. Not seen too much drama, to be honest, at all. From both of them, actually.
And in terms of the final coming up later on, what are you expecting from Jodie Burridge against Emma Raducanu? Just 17, but how well she played yesterday, dismissing Harriet Dart. And of course, Jodie has been in great form all week.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call, isn't it? I mean, you can't write either of them off. I've seen a couple of Jodie's matches. She looks very solid. And obviously, Emma's playing well as well.
Isn't she? Yeah, just 17, but she seems to be a very mature player for that age. This time, well handled. Good deep volley one side and then drops it in short with the angle on the other. And, nice to see a player making good use of all the court with her skills.
Not an easy volley, that first one. You've got to get your feet right. Well played.
Saw Billy Harris in the opening match against Julian Cash hitting some very strong returns like that right at the server, rushing them into error.
It's a very effective return at that deep one down the middle. Really traps your opponent.
But a great effort ultimately from Cash to come through that one again, coming from behind and winning a match tiebreak to clinch it.
7 match tiebreaks in 7 matches. Billy's 42nd match.
I know. I asked him about that, Ryan. I said, how on earth are you managing to play all this? He said, it's a good fry-up every morning. That's the secret to it. I said, there we go. Thought it might be.
He's been in Wetherspoons every morning, yeah.
Yeah.
Monday to Wednesdays enjoying the the half price
Oh, right.
government thing.
Sounds like you might have done too, have you?
No, I haven't, unfortunately. I've only been here this weekend. Not cashing in on that.
Brody in need of a good serve here. Taken to juice now.
After break point, here we go. Just keeping the ball very central at the moment, Appleton. I don't know if that's part of our game plan, but the 3 or 4 balls she hit there were pretty deep down the middle, I'd say. She's taking the angle away from Naomi.
She's played a fair number of matches. You can see the tape around that right shoulder. That is a lovely serve. I think Appleton expected something the other way.
Yeah, she's got that in her locker for sure. Very good serve.
That was a good serve again down the tee, just touching the line, and Brody then able to come up with the game. So no break yet, despite the opportunity there for Emily Appleton. 2 games all in this first set.
Yeah, it was a strange game, wasn't it? Looked to be cruising and then found herself in some trouble and dealt with that superbly.
Kind of summing up where she's just saying her game is right now. I mean, it's just been fluctuating. It's been a roller coaster for Naomi. Trying to find a more consistent level. Great depth maintained by Appleton. Of course, they know each other's games so well after recent encounters. So just trying to produce their best level, focus on that, but know what they can do well that can work, perhaps to catch the other out. I'd be surprised if this one went long and they needed another match tiebreak to finish it off. Appleton just finishing that off with a beauty. Just sort of half volleyed it up the line.
It's not coming back, is it?
No.
Some very good firepower, haven't they?
Brody all over that one.
Straight back at you. That's when she's playing her best tennis. Coming forward, dictating a bit. She has got the hand skills to change pace as well, but I think she'd rather play this way first.
Yes. Very low. Using the sleeve to give her some support on that right arm. Over, so Brody now taking Appleton's service game to deuce. Milos Raonic wore a sleeve, didn't he? He was the one who could have set the trend for a while. Did you ever do that? Have you ever thought of that? Needed that?
No, I don't know what it's for, to be honest. Is it
the
like
arm
an injury
war,
thing?
or is it? Yeah, I mean, fashion statement.
Something like that.
Keeping Brody back there.
She did. She wanted to attack. They didn't quite get her feet in the right position. Fair play to Emily, soaking up the pressure there. Another game where she thought he'd love up and peg back to deuce again.
And it is Appleton who just manages to fend off Brody's attacks there. Again, moving forward on the scoreboard, back to her chair. She leads by 3 games to 2. The UK Pro Series culminating in this last day of the Classic Week at the St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club in Weybridge. Our second featured match on court 1, Naomi Brody and Emily Appleton playing a 5th and 6th place playoff encounter. Finalists last week, now in this position this week, and so far not a lot to choose between them, but Appleton has just missed the corner with that one. where she likes it. Up close and personal with the net, and gets the ball to put away. Just skirting under the roof there. Off that lob.
Not a lot you can do about that as an opponent, to be honest. Good first serve, early ball, and very clinical.
Sat there, she had time to think about it, and doesn't make the most of it. So Brodie, again, catching up on serve. 3 games all in the first set. Now we saw here, we talked about Julian Cash coming through from a set down to beat Billie Harris. Good opening match that. Nadia Rawson got the better of Danielle Daly a little earlier on court 2, 6-3, 6-3. And in the match now taking place there, which is a 7th and 8th place playoff between Alistair Gray and Arthur Ferry. Arthur Ferry currently won the first game of that, just the early stages. Freya Christie against Emilie Arbuthnot will follow there. Then Sarah Beth Gray against Soni Kartal. Henry Patton versus Luke Johnson, and the last match on court 2 this afternoon will be Tom Hands against Mark Whitehouse. Waiting in the wings to follow on there. This one, well, 2 very experienced guys you know well. James Ward against Dan Cox. They were the beaten semi-finalists yesterday.
Both in 10-point tie breaks, right? I feel like those 4 players, I mean, anyone can beat anyone.
With them and Liam and Ryan.
Yeah, I feel like anything could have happened there. It was really interesting yesterday to see. I think Liam is setting a breakdown in his.
Right.
Came through that one. And Peniston has set down his and played the most ridiculous second set. And then backed it up in the tiebreak. 6-love against Stanley Cox.
Your tip today for the final? And your tip indeed for that match? I mean, who, as you say, I guess you can make a case for any of them.
I know Brodie beat Peniston, Battle of the Brits. It was something. It was a close tiebreak, 12-10 or 14-12 or something. I made 2 calls yesterday and got them both wrong.
Okay,
I've retired.
We'll be kind to you. All right, Marcus.
Save myself further embarrassment. Sit right on that fence.
Oh, you can join a few there. Tipping it back, ticking it long, and now trouble for Appleton. Brodie's got the opportunities. Don't get to where she has in the past without being fiercely competitive. But, well, Appleton thought she'd serve good. It's called out. And didn't go full bore with that backhand, made a decent hit on it, and Appleton can't deal with it ultimately. So Brodie now back to her chair with a break in this opening set. And the woman from Stockport, 30 years of age, up 4-3 against the 20-year-old Appleton. Naomi Brodie, with that experience, with that determination right now, has put herself in a leading position in this first set. Long way to go yet to sort out this second match of the day. And suddenly Appleton got herself in a jam, having played pretty well up to now, dealt with Brodie, mixed it with her. But now we'll see how Naomi goes with her service game to follow up.
Half chance there. Well, full chance.
It was, wasn't it?
After that return.
Hopping off the top. She'll take it.
Lovely feel there. Took it nice and early. Not a bad third ball from Brodie, I didn't think.
Here we are, roles reversed. It's Brodie under the cosh now on serve, 15-40 down. Appleton's opportunities to come straight back at her. Again, it swings against her. And this is what's so frustrating for Naomi. She talked with Naomi Cavaday last night about the fluctuations, that just the up and down nature of her return to competition, and that although she felt she was beginning to get things together, it's taken a good while to really get the feel after being out for many months. 4 games all. Good work again. Appleton does look to play with authority and does really well up there at the net.
It's nice to see serve volley there as well.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Away.
Impressive couple of points here.
Yeah, the strength in the back, wasn't it? And then that just forces Brodie to hoist a defensive ball. Appleton tucks in. It might have dropped wide, but she made certain of it. And then some.
Made me anxious, that is. No, might have got in, I don't know.
She didn't want to risk it.
No, why not?
But at least she met it at a good height, didn't let it drop any lower. Well, Appleton's responded well here. Broken back and now a hold to love. So she leads this close first set. 5-4. Brodie serving to stay in this first set. Off the back foot, she hits a beauty there. You never quite know, do you, though, Marcus, whether it's going to be, you know, in or out from that backhand. It's an aggressive shot. When she gets it right like this, it's something to watch.
Lovely shot. Off the back foot as well. A little weight transfer there.
And she now holds to love to make it 5-all in the opening set.
It was important there. She got stuck into that game after Emily played a very good previous game. That's just what she'd have wanted there. Some good pop on that serve.
Naomi Brodie, a while back, enjoying a very good season. 2016, her best year, included a win over the world number 16 then, Anna Ivanovic. Beat her in Auckland. She's also had 5 other top 50 wins down the years.
I remember that tournament. I think he beat Ostapenko as well that week. Is that right?
I'd have to check that one. She has also beaten the likes of Sabina Zicki, Monica Puig, Alize Cornet.
Yeah, she's got some good wins on the CV.
Again, the server dominating. No points against serve for another game. And looks like these two who've had some battles over the last few weeks, they really have. They're in another, and it may well take a number of tie breaks to sort out who is going to finish slightly higher of the two overall. This, remember, the 6th place playoff in the women's draw, and currently it is 6-5 to Emily Appleton in the first set. Brody serving with new balls, and again serving to stay in the first set. Weary serving arm.
Good finish there, important finish. Still work to do though. That's some angle on it, isn't it?
Can win you so many points, certainly from that juice side. Is the right-hander. That was a very meek second serve there, though. Short in the box, not much on it. And yeah, just the fatigue you feel. Pretty tired. She talked about the fatigue factor yesterday when she was interviewed mid-match against Beth Gray, and of course Beth kept her on court for a long while. They were both pretty weary, but you know, despite that, again, as these fine players do, they're finding a way through the physical struggle somehow. Extra reserves.
go that way too.
So it will take a tie-break to sort out this opening set. One break each prior to it. Very close battle again between them. I mean, 4 matches in the last few weeks. They've all been close. That just sailed through, really accurate into the corner. Brodie just hasn't got the means to get across for this one.
Just sat up a little bit too much there, didn't it? Good finish. Big return there. At what point do you start guessing, I wonder? Where Naomi's going to serve. It looked like she had a lean to that side there. And
Great pop on that forehand. Appleton attacking the ball, building a lead now. Yeah, in terms of reading the serve, I mean, is it a difficult one to read from Brodie?
yeah, I think she's got all 4 spots as well. Very good angle on it. Very good pace as well. She's hit quite a few aces already, right? It's a big part of her game for sure.
Different look. You could see how close to the net, really over it, back and forth, but the slice ultimately keeping that really low. Bit tricky for Brodie, and another point for Appleton. Looking very good now for Appleton to claim the first set. Further in front, 5-1.
I think she's really stepped up in this tie-break, being the one dictating most of the play. Still not over yet.
No. So the ball's back down to Emily Appleton. And the chance now 2 points on her serve to come to try and finish off the first set tiebreak. And I think that would indicate that Naomi needs some attention at the end of the set, asking perhaps for a trainer to come on and help her with that shoulder. Trying to block it back into the corner. It's drifted away, and Emily Appleton with the first of 4 set points. To a good length. Saving the first one, and Brody now try and reduce this deficit. A couple of points on her serve. The slice, but really misjudged that one. Unfortunately for Brody, it's a long forehand, very long, and it hands Appleton the set. She gets it on the tiebreak in the end. Putting herself in a winning position perhaps today to finish up 5th in this final classic week. Appleton set by 7 games to 6. She'll take her seat shortly. No, she's going to just take her leave of the court for the moment. And Brody left her to ponder what happened there, but she did show signs of some fatigue, Marcus, and I think, as I said, the shoulder perhaps looking a little bit battle weary, needing a bit of attention. I'm not sure she'll get it yet, but it seemed to be what she was indicating to the umpire just before the end of the tiebreak.
Yeah, it's tough on the body. A lot of matches. She's played a lot of tennis as well the last few weeks.
And the trainer comes on. We'll let them get on with that, and we'll take a quick break. A look at the numbers on that first set. The stats showing Brody a higher percentage on the first serve. Not much in it though in total points won, hence we got to a tie break. They both had 1 break of serve. Appleton did well to break straight back after initially dropping her serve. And then obviously having the better of the tie break. Hopefully Naomi is going to feel a bit better for the treatment she's now receiving. You can just see her standing over there at the side of the court with a couple of the trainers in attendance to patch her up, give her a bit more support around that right shoulder area, removing some tape, but now helping her elsewhere with it. Meanwhile, Emily Appleton had taken her leave of the court, just returning, as you can see, but a set to the good in our second match of the day. Still to come, our next match will be James Ward against Dan Cox in the men's third and fourth place playoff. Then we have the women's singles final, Emma Raducanu, just 17 years of age, up against Jodie Burridge, who's won right through to the final this week. Those two going head to head, not before 14:30, 2:30 in the afternoon, and then not before 4 p.m. the men's final. Liam Brodie, Naomi's younger brother, facing another left-hander in Ryan Peniston. He has had a very good week. In some form, he feels he's not far off really living with the best of British. The likes of Dan Evans, Kyle Evan, Cam Norrie, and of course Andy Murray. Andy Murray, who will be playing shortly back in the States. Cincinnati Masters being played in New York, and then of course the big one at the US Open, albeit with a somewhat depleted field, those who aren't going to make the trip, but Murray among those who has decided he will. Indeed is over there now and preparing for that, and he'll be hoping that there's plenty of success coming his way in the next 2 or 3 weeks or so. Be very interesting to see, I would imagine, from a week's time when they do play the Western and Southern Open, those who turn up, what form they're in, and whether that might be something of an indicator as to what we can expect in New York. The women's tour has already resumed, of course. Palermo last week. They've been playing in Lexington and Prague this week. We've seen Serena and Venus Williams play in the former. In fact, they played each other. Serena got through that, but ultimately got beaten by fellow American, and you'll help me that.
Shelby Rogers.
Thank you. There we go. Shelby got the better of her. Well done, Marcus. But yeah, it's obviously a time for players to try and find the form as quickly as they can. And certainly Brodie will be hoping for more of the good form that she has had at times through these weeks. Certainly the form that has helped her beat Appleton 3 times previously. Right now, a set down today. What do you think of Murray and Co.'s chances, those who are going to the States? Do you think Andy can cause a few problems?
Oh, for sure he can. He hasn't played a whole lot of singles, though.
No.
But I'm never going to write him off.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's such a fighter, such a great competitor, isn't he, that you feel, given the chance, you know, with a field that is going to be somewhat depleted. We know there are some big names who are not going to be taking part. But he's obviously one of the big names who is, and past records would show that if the body does stand up to the rigours of, you know, Grand Slam tennis again, he's very much going to be part of that.
No, I think it's key for him, especially early rounds, to try and get through with as little drama as possible.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? How he recovers from matches.
Yeah.
As much as how he's in them.
Obviously got the ability.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to watching.
But the other Brits, you know, the men, Dan obviously was in great form before the tour. You know, came to a halt. Norrie and Edmund also in the top 100.
Yeah, Norrie, very good hardcourt player.
Yeah. And Kyle finding some form again.
Yeah. do well. Hope to avoid Novak early on. I mean, the draw is so crucial in these sort of events. Who you play. I can't see anyone but Novak winning that tournament, to be honest. Maybe Team, but you just can't let the guy off at all, can you?
No. Chance for him to close the gap behind Roger and Rafa in the number of slams. This was a beautiful strike from Naomi. Again, weight forward, right through the shot. Appleton coming out the better of that exchange.
Really looking to step in, isn't she, and take the time away from Brody.
Yeah, when she's done that, and she's done plenty of it, it has made it harder for Brody. That doesn't help either. The scoreboard's got a bit stuck, but advantage here for Appleton to get a break immediately in this second set. Serve, and although Appleton that time managed to lay racket on ball, she was a pretty tricky place to come out of the point well. And having got back to deuce, now takes the advantage. Very good awareness again. Brody pretty deep in the court. She was coming forward herself, and nice feel on this. Feeling Naomi's playing a bit on fumes right now. She's had so much competition, putting her body really right through it over the last few weeks after a long layoff. Appleton has also put in a really good shift through the series. Just the 1 week, I think, that she has missed out on. But she's missed out on the opportunity there. Brody does manage to hold. First game to Brody in the second set. Yeah, I make it. She's won 24 matches in this series, Appleton, coming into this last one today. Apparently Billy Harris has been spotted out on the practice court. No, I'm joking. He's finally laid his racket down after finishing off his 42nd match in 42 days today.
It's insane. I was done after Wednesday, week 1. Needed some physio attention then.
Yeah.
I think a lot of players did week 1, and then by week 5, I was actually, played 7 matches and trained the next 2 days. Like,
fine.
Your body does get used to it. But
yeah.
42 is a bit aggressive.
What's the most matches you would have played in a year? I mean, when you were fully fit, you know, and doing singles and doubles, or?
Back in the junior days, I probably played 25 tournaments a year, singles and doubles. Unless you win the tournament. I mean, if you win the tournament or make final, it's 5 matches in a week for singles, 4 for dub. So what's 225 matches in a year, maybe?
Wow.
Altogether.
That's a lot of games, a lot of matches.
That's if you make final. And
yeah, if you do it every
week. Yeah, which just doesn't happen. So it's that. I definitely didn't win every week, tell you that.
Okay.
But I wonder what the record is.
Well, I remember someone like Yevgeny Kafelnikov would be playing like 70, 80 singles matches and then a whole load of doubles matches as well. John McEnroe back in the day would, both.
It's so physical now. You don't see a lot of the, especially top singles players. They don't bother with doubles as well. I guess they need to really use that day off that they get. But it would be nice to see one day. It'd be nice to see Federer play doubles at a slam.
Well, it would, wouldn't it? I mean, on the occasions they do, the crowds they draw to the court in pre-lockdown days.
Yeah.
The interest that they get, and of course when, was it a couple of years ago when Roger and Serena played, they were on the court together, and then that was just a huge box office.
Andy Murray played with Serena
and of course, yeah, all of that. In a way, you feel the sort of tour misses out a bit. This is a trick.
Yeah.
Those kind of marquee matchups.
That was big news. Yeah, massive attention.
Cat and mouse, close exchange there, but it's Appleton with the right moves in the end. She's looked the more likely of the two, hasn't she, to make progress, I feel.
Since going that early break down, yeah, she's really
responded.
Played a great game to break straight back, and then
yeah,
she's definitely been on the front foot when the ball's in play, when the serve's back in court.
Is a sweet shot right up the side of the court. Brody knew very quickly she could not deal with this.
Just seems to be struggling to dictate any sort of shot from the back, Brody, at the moment. That's a big part of her game.
Yeah. And another rather ragged shot ends in the net this time from Brody, and maybe Appleton has broken decisively. It's a 2-1 lead for her early stages of this second set after winning the first on the tiebreak. Well, she's come out of the chair on her toes, trying to re-energize, but you do feel that there's not a lot of energy left there, mentally, physically, for Brodie. Appleton now looking to build on the lead she's gained. She can play it to the level she's had in the last 20-30 minutes or so. That might just be enough to see her through this in straight sets. Both players have been involved in 5 of the 6 weeks, and Naomi also played in the Battle of Brits event as well. Tough it is. She won't shirk the challenge. Digging in deep, came up with a very good length ball just now to force the error. On that forehand coming back from Brodie.
Little wild there, but at least she's trying to do something. It's the first time I've seen her really go after a shot. That's what she's going to have to do. She wants to turn this around. Didn't quite get it right there.
Where it needed to go, and very little reaction at the other end. So a 2-game lead for Appleton. One, 3.
A little tired now.
Yes.
Right, finally hit the wall here.
And Appleton, no doubt, very aware of that. Just minimise her errors, play to a good length, keep the ball on court as much as she can, and just further add to Brodie's fatigue. That's more like it, just reminding us that she's more than capable. Certainly back for that point.
Yeah. That was lovely, Terence. Difference of opinion there. Oh. That one was wide.
Yes, definitely. One more push here from Appleton, though, might be enough. It might be too much to expect Naomi to claw her way back from a double breakdown. Pushed it long.
Good hold there.
It was, yeah. Despite the difficulties that she's going through, she holds that one. Still within touching distance, perhaps, of this second set. Coming back at Appleton, and just a quick look there again. But you can see that the grimace as she struck that volley. It's not an easy ball sometimes, certainly when you're dealing with power up there, it can hurt, and I think it did. But she leads, or she's down a set, I should say, and trails 3-2 in the second set. Appleton serving 3-2. Long look at that mark on the serve, just checking it was good. Eventually accepts that it was so. Next door, the match between Alistair Gray and Arthur Ferry has gone to a deciding match tie-break. Ferry took the first set 6-3, Gray the second set 6-1. That's the playoff for 7th and 8th places. Bunt through into that backhand wing. Get the sense that Appleton is good enough for this. However, Brodie quite capable of still finding something a bit special, maybe to come back, but it might not be in this game. 40 love.
Nice.
Hurting quite a bit, I think. Feeling that elbow, obviously. Another game on the board, 2 ahead, 2 more required now for Appleton to get this done. She may only be 20 years of age, but again, rather like Emma Raducanu, who we're going to see in action in the final this afternoon. The temperament, the all-round game is there, and there's a lot of promise.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Cracking player.
But also in terms of, you know, what Appleton is doing, and that her game is good, and also she's got this sort of net game as well, the willingness to come in.
Yeah, very complete game.
Yeah.
I like the way she comes forward, serve volley sometimes, but she does it with variation as well, and she can hit the big shots from the back as well. It's just finding that balance for her, I guess, as she goes through the next few years of her career.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough to know your game style sometimes, but she's doing very well now.
And she's ranked at her highest point, literally just on the cusp of the top 500. She's currently ranking in the 670s. But getting matches to get that ranking up, try and get towards sort of qualifying for a major at some point in the next 2 or 3 years. That's got to be the target, hasn't it?
Absolutely. She's capable. For sure.
Brodie with a double. Very energized, very good point again from Appleton, starting with the return. Followed that up nicely. This is a good deep ball. Tough for Brodie to come out of there with much more than that. And again, just doing it simply, just making sure she struck the ball before crossing the net. And Brodie's wide with that, which brings up 2 more break points for Appleton.
There it is.
Yeah, she went after it. She kept the pressure, maintained the depth and weight of shot. And it's Appleton's match now on her racket at 5-2 in this second set, having won the first on the tiebreak. One more game required for Emily Appleton to finish off her fine work through this UK Pro Series. not going to pick up the main title this week. She did last week, but still she can finish in 5th place in this week's draw and pick up $6,500 as her reward for her efforts. Brodie has again competed hard, but you can see really that it's all added up to a bit too much for her today. She's been very weary at times, obviously in some discomfort with the various strains that she's taped up for. She's had some treatment at the side of the court between first and second sets. Of course, if she goes down, which she seems she will, she'll go down swinging, because that is her way. Still to attack the ball, but it's another mistake there. Appleton 3 points from victory. Very good shot. She just kept it in the right side and then made sure there was enough pace on that to get through Appleton's defence as she came back to cover. Appleton at least with the insurance of a double break here.
Good aggressive second serve there. Would have been easy to just push it in and hope for the best, but she's still going after it. Good to see.
Rips it. She prefers the ball like that when she can really attack it, and does well with the forehand. This comes back but short, and there she is. Hammers that one through. Got a good serve, well placed out wide. Brodie lunging for it in vain, and Emily Appleton, 20 years of age, moves up to match point.
Not yet.
Flat hit just, I think, caught the tape as it came across from Brodie. More to do for young Emily. She's aching all over, isn't she, I think, judging by the
I think she needs a
body
break.
language. Yeah. Some well-deserved days off coming up for players after this concluding week.
They will miss it though. I mean, I missed it after week 5. I was first couple of days. I was, sort of like the holiday blues.
Yeah. Well, that pops in nicely and brings up a second match point for Appleton. And that goes in the other corner, slotted in with the slice. She reacted well to the net cord reply. And Emily Appleton does get the better of Naomi Brodie for the second week running, the final week of this UK Pro Series. Good effort from her. She had to recover from an early break, or the first break of the match. Midway through that first set, bounced straight back, and from there, Marcus, she has done very well to play like that and take it away from Brodie.
Didn't really put a foot wrong from 4-3 down.
Yeah.
Very impressed with, how she went about her game style, how she dictated the play and didn't really miss much.
She didn't, did she? I mean, she's got power in her game. She's got an all-court game as well, which surely is going to stand her in good stead going forward. And there is just a look at the final stats for what they're worth.
Good serve as well.
Yep, decent percentage from Appleton. The aces, the 8 aces there, standing out as well, and obviously 3 breaks to 1 in her favour, and ultimately quite a considerable extra number of points won. So well done to Emily Appleton. Her week, Naomi's week, in the final week of this series, both done now. Appleton's victory, and that means that we'll get ready for our third match of the day coming up in a few minutes' time. James Ward against Dan Cox. That'll be the men's 3rd and 4th place playoff encounter, and for that one Marcus will be joined by Naomi Cabadé.
So welcome along to the third match here at St George's Hill, the UK Pro Series, the final day. We have made it. It's been a mammoth effort for all involved, not a single day off in 6 weeks. I think a lot of these players looking forward to a little bit of rest, but then I'm sure they won't know what on earth to do with themselves. It's been just an incredible competitive look at the strength and depth of British tennis. And how about this, a third, fourth playoff between James Ward and Dan Cox. Both of these players reaching the semi-finals yesterday before falling there. And both of them falling in that final set tie-break. So could have easily been a final, this one. I'm really looking forward to it. So just run through the coin toss, the rules and regulations. You should be used to it by now. Nothing really different for finals day. So James Ward winning the toss there. It's Dan Cox in your picture. Pleasure to have you with us today. As I say, really is the culmination of a fabulous event through these weeks. Confirmation of the match that we have up for you now. So much action through this week. Guaranteed matches for the Brits. Getting tennis back on our screens. My name's Naomi Cavaday. I will be joined by Marcus Willis to come take you through this particular match. So let's just take a little look at James Ward, 33 years old, ranking at 273. You see there his career high up inside the top 100. A good few years from 2015, 2016, that was really when he was at his height. And since then, it has been tough. It's been challenging, it's been disrupted with plenty of layoffs. Most recently, a significant knee injury requiring surgery. But it was a little sketchy going into that surgery whether or not it was going to end up being okay. So fabulous to see James Ward back out on the court. And he was back in action through 2019 as well. But at the beginning of this year, reaching the final of a challenger in France. So really getting those back-to-back matches, which was huge for him. 5 wins there, back-to-back, day after day, before falling in the final. Looking to make a push back up the rankings, get himself into Grand Slam qualifying. That will be the next step for Ward. Currently having to wait and see what sort of tournaments he'll be able to play. So for Dan Cox, you see the career high there just outside 200, never quite broke it there, 30 years old. And it seems like the comeback is on. Haven't seen much of Dan Cox for some time. Good few years he's been coaching, settling into family life and getting things sorted. But I think through lockdown really decided that getting back out on court would be good for him, and it's been pretty impressive the level he's been able to find getting back into these tournaments. So this is the event that he has played since he's been off for the last few years, and he's got a lot of matches under his belt in a very short period of time. Bit of a tricky time to try and make a comeback with so much uncertainty around the tour, the circuit, the futures events, even the domestic events. We don't know what the situation is. All of the players really relishing the opportunity to compete here. So Darren Michaels is in the chair. He'll be calling this one from the court. Myself and Marcus Willis will be calling this one from the commentary box. So Marcus joins me now. How are you doing, Marcus?
Not too bad, thank you. Yeah.
Looking forward to this one?
I am actually. I'm intrigued to see what will happen. Yeah, the semi-final lineup was interesting. Whichever way it went, we were going to get 2 interesting matches yesterday and today. So here's one of them.
I mean, this one quite easily could have been the final. Because they both lost just by a couple of points in that third set breaker. So, you know, 2 of the best players in the event. Were you expecting Dan Cox to be one of the best players through this series?
I think not. I'm not surprised now because I don't know how good he is, but it's a bit weird how quickly he's just got back to this form. 'Cause I mean, I speak to him quite a lot. I'm good friends with him.
Was he secretly training, secretly
He
competing?
did a week in Poland on the clay,
Right.
which is absolutely nothing like this. But he came in. I don't think his first week was amazing. Still very good. And then obviously won last week, and now he's top 4 this week. It's really impressive.
Like riding a bike for Dan Cox. Has played a really high level of stuff, and this is the 3rd match of the day for you. Plenty more to come after this. The 3rd, 4th playoff between Dan Cox and James Ward. So excited for this matchup. One we've been looking forward to. Both of these players pretty experienced. But of course, Ward has been an active player for a significant amount of time coming back from that injury. Whereas for Dan Cox, it's still pretty fresh, I must say. But maybe that's the dangerous thing about him right now. So it'll be James Ward to serve. He won the toss. Chose to kick things off for us. He's got the balls in his hand first up. Serve is a big strength for James. Been nailing the tee serve through the week pretty consistently, getting himself out of a lot of holes. For James, Marcus, he's played 3 lefties in a row the last 3 days. Now he's playing Dan Cox. Will he change anything, or does he not make too many adjustments with that?
I think Ward plays his own game as much as he can, quite a lot. Patterns of play, he's got a good backhand cross. But I think Brody and Peniston, you could argue their backhand's better anyway. You could say that. So I don't think from the baseline he changed too much yesterday.
And in terms of what he was receiving, he was getting a lot of looks at his backhand, which was probably pretty fun for him. It's his best shot.
Yeah.
That's a way to kick off. Ward in the most relaxed style. I always feel like when Ward is playing at his absolute best, tennis just looks so easy. It's all timing. It's kind of effortless. Even though he's incredibly focused, he's very sharp, and he's rapid around the court. It's not muscled.
No, it's not. It's so loose. I mean, I spent some time with him last year the year before last in Mexico. Hit some balls with him. Obviously, I know him fairly well. And yeah, it's effortless when you hit against him. He's got a very heavy ball strike as well. So it's. He watched a lot of tennis he's played, sort of ISNA, Davis Cup matches. Watched him play Simon at Queen's last year. That was a really good match as well. But a very gifted player. I think he had some injury problems and a couple of years back, and he's got himself to a decent ranking again. And again, like everyone else, waiting to see what happens with the calendar.
So Dan Cox. So just to run you through, I mean, we do have some head-to-heads between these two, but I mean, for me, it's so long ago that it seems sort of irrelevant. They've played 3 times, once in 2008, twice in 2011. So it feels like a different era. James Ward is up 3-love in terms of their head-to-head. Hasn't lost a set to Cox, but feels like it's kind of irrelevant, would you say, Willis?
Yeah, no, certainly not now. That would have been a long time ago. Where did they play? Bournemouth Futures. Doesn't even exist anymore. Bournemouth, Edinburgh, Newcastle, that swing.
2008, yeah.
The Craig Lockhart Club, the classic. And then Queen's Club. Yet to drop a set, but again, a long time ago for James Ward.
Yeah, a lot has happened since then. I don't think he'll be clinging on to those 3 wins for confidence.
Yeah.
So a couple of love holds to kick things off here. A nice return there from Cox, seeing it early. Trying to cut off that angle moving forward on the V.
Pretty big second Ward hit there as well. Did well to put it back right next to the line there.
A little bit of an opening here. Early stages for Cox. He's had 2 second serves to look at and he's got on both of them well. And that serve has come out almost 100% of the time when Ward has been down in a service game. Expect another big one here.
Nothing you can really do about it, even though you kind of know it's coming. So accurate, isn't it?
Probably a bit annoying to play against. Well, trying to go for even more on that second again, going quite big there. Wonder if that's a deliberate tactic against Cox. Maybe it worked in 2008.
Bournemouth Futures, it was fine. What's going on?
Couple great points. And that's it. What a pretty loose game there from Ward. Okay, Cox didn't put a foot wrong, but he had second serves to look at. Got a couple of nice strikes in, but double fault and a couple of unforced errors from James Ward seals the deal. And it's Cox that makes the advance first. He's up 2-1. So Dan Cox with the early advantage, up 2-1. break in the pocket. It's been a bit of a fast and ferocious start here. We haven't had any sort of long rallies, haven't seen either of them working around, just trying to get the pace in early doors.
Yeah, Max rally 4 shots, doesn't it, so far, right?
Cox earning his spot in the Classic week by winning week 5, just 7 days ago. Has been sort of the perfect event for Cox, looking to get back to competing. As we were saying, it just kind of has come back like a duck to water almost for Dan Cox, but it's always been part of his nature, isn't it? He's always been such a competitor and a worker on the court, just never goes anywhere.
Yeah. Very fiery, very feisty competitor. Really gets stuck in, you don't get given anything.
Tough to put away.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Just has a relentless attitude and work rate. Oh, it's a super serve. Good chunk of bend on it. You can hear in the background is Freya Christie taking on Emily Arbuthnot over on court number 2, bringing you all the action from court 1 here. This is the 3rd match of the day, and the semi-finals, sorry, not the semi-finals, the 2 finals will be kicking off pretty shortly. Cox keeps finding his spots like this, it's going to be bringing forward earlier and earlier. 2 aces in a row. A solid game from Cox. Good serving, setting up the point nicely. Not looking under too much pressure at the moment. Ward needs to find just a little bit of a higher level here to try and force his way in.
Good hold in the end there. Looked a little bit sticky at 15:30, but it's a very good point.
James Ward was a wild card into this week, having not competed in any previous weeks. Taking the ball so early there. Nice and aggressive with the movement, trying to take the time away. Don't always have to be aggressive with pace. There are other ways you can assert yourself in the point.
Lovely timing. Try and claim a let there. Ball came on.
Yeah,
Ball came on.
I was wondering if he was going to.
Clutching at straws a bit there.
I think I would have as well, to be honest.
100%. Put me off.
Try.
I never missed that shot.
More pressure for Ward on his service game. Well, Cox showing off his movement. So quick around the court. And these second serves are just not doing much damage to Cox whatsoever. It's tough in these courts. Got heavy balls. They're not going to jump up very high. We don't have lively conditions. The court is fairly slick as well. Going right into the slot there for Cox to take it early. And 2 more break points.
There it is again. Didn't even need to play that point.
Could you just stand there? Or move once the ball goes up, just run over there. It's been so reliable for Ward.
Just stay at 30-14, save some time.
We had a double fault there. We had a double fault in his previous service game as well, both incredibly costly. And would you believe it? It's Dan Cox who has raced away to a double break lead. He is up 4-1. James Ward in this 3rd and 4th playoff. So Cox in a very strong position here. Double break, 4-1 over James Ward. He's barely put a foot wrong. Ward with a couple of loose service games. Oh, that was sweetly struck.
Caused him a few problems yesterday, Cox. Second serve sitting up a little bit. Penniston got on top in the second and sort of gained confidence from it, so something he's going to have to look at. That first serve percentage. Just like that.
Does look a little vulnerable on that second serve. You can see he's kind of bracing himself. He knows that something's coming at him. He's going to have to try and soak up and try and use that movement he's got to the best of his abilities, but it's pretty tiring to always have to be that sharp on the shot behind the serve. The backhand down the line from James Ward is always something to marvel at, and maybe this will get him going. Find a couple more of those and might be feeling a little more alive.
Doesn't look too energised. Big night on the town.
Maybe that 3-set match took it out. Look, it's very rare you play 7 matches in 7 days.
It's crazy.
I mean, okay, we haven't had that final full set, but we've had some long matches, some really intense ones as well. Well, a good break for Ward, and I think Cox possibly pondering how to get that second serve away from the backhand of James Ward, and one of the breaks has been retrieved. Still some work to do, though. Well, yeah, I mean, even somebody as experienced as James Ward, former top 100 player, this is a long week. This is tiring because it's about the kind of getting up for the match, coming onto site, going through your warm-ups. All of that is really draining. It's not just the time that you're on court for.
It's rare, yeah, say 7 in 7 days. If you play a Challenger or a Futures, it's 5 or it's sometimes 6 now in Challengers to win the whole tournament. So in a Slam, you get the day off in between.
Oh, it's a luxury. No, it's really good though for these players, you know, and you were taking part, Marcus, to have that guarantee of a match. You could completely crash out, have a poor performance, but bounce back within 24 hours, be looking good.
That's what I did a couple of times.
You're not the only one.
There were a couple of good ones as well. Got to mix it up. But no, it's nice. It's been really good fun. I've really enjoyed it. All the players have as well.
Just not quite sharp there, Ward, around that central ball, and you can just hear a little bit of a mutter from him to himself. Never really going to get an outburst from Ward. I don't think I've ever seen him sort of total a racket or anything, but
no, actually,
he does get on his back a bit.
He's got a really good temperament, actually.
It's so tough to read if you're the opponent. It just gives you nothing.
It gives you nothing.
No insight. Cox just looking very solid.
Returning superbly, isn't he?
Yeah, I can't remember if he's even hit an unforced error in this set. Ward has hit a fair few, and after doing so well to retrieve one of the breaks, facing down more break points here. Three wild errors from Ward in that game means Cox regains his significant advantage with a double break. And things looking positive for Cox at the moment, and he is up 5-2. So Cox looking to seal the deal here. It has been a very tidy set. Oh dear. That's a bouncer. That was a complete mishit on the second serve. Now I can't say it's been a completely tidy set.
Yeah, that was an untidy second serve. Oh golly.
Well, you just never know with Ward, right? Because he doesn't give you anything, you don't know how he's feeling at the other end of the court, and he's always dangerous. If he gets any sort of clean strike on the ball.
He's just swinging at the moment, isn't he? He hits it so cleanly. Not so many holds yet.
Couldn't get a clean strike on that one. again, that one just completely in the wrong position. Contact pushed way back for Ward, which is very unusual on the backhand side. He has not been at his best, that's for sure, through this set. Still time to turn things around. Might have to do it in set 2, though. Just can't get anything going right now. And it means that Dan Cox, well, he has played brilliantly. I know we talked a little bit about James Ward. He's done everything required of him in this set, and he's got himself a set point. Oh, it's got to be the longest rally of the match so far.
By far. After he made the 4th ball, I think it was.
Great work.
Lovely tennis.
I mean, you can understand from Cox's perspective at that sort of point, just make Ward play lots of shots. We've seen so many unforced errors through this set, particularly the last couple of games, but this time, Wardy locking in.
It's the first time it looked like Ward was willing to rally a little bit. It's the first time he actually, didn't go for a winner. Back to it again.
That one gets away. Must be tempting on an indoor court if you can hit winners.
I never had that option. Just chip it back and hope.
Tough when you got Cox at the other end of the court.
That's true.
Running around. He's rapid. And looking really good. Second set point then for Dan. Super serve to seal that first set. It was very, very strong from Dan Cox, but to be honest, wasn't really challenged that much by James Ward, who's looking a little off his best. So the first set moving fairly quickly in the favour of Dan Cox. He takes it 6-2. Looks like he's sitting down, so Marcus will be able to have a quick chat with Coxie, see how he feels about that.
Hello, Dan.
Hey, mate.
You've missed a grand total of about 1 ball so far, mate. Terrible set. How you feeling out there?
I think it's difficult for us both, really. It's a bit of a strange situation after both losing yesterday. It's very tough mentally, but just stay solid.
Nice. Yeah, returning good. As per. You're obviously clearly not worried about when Wardy beat you in 2008 at Bournemouth Futures. Is that one not in your memory?
It's quite funny, we were looking at this morning.
All right, good stuff. Keep it going, bud.
Cheers.
It's interesting you had a look at the head-to-head.
Yeah.
I never did. I kind of remember, but there's some matches that slip my mind.
Well, yeah, but looking at the head-to-head like reminds you, doesn't it? It refreshes. You think, oh yeah. Sometimes I totally forget I've ever played someone.
Same.
The amount of times in commentary I've been saying that, no, I've never played, and then they turn around and say, you're 2-1 head-to-head.
Yeah, 6 on the 3rd.
And then you remember, they were really good matches. Yeah. Oh, I played so well.
Yeah.
You do have to go through a lot, but so Cox looking to refresh his memory, but once I think he saw the years, much like us, probably didn't want to read too much into it.
No.
So work for Ward to do here. Got to get something going in the early stage of this second. Does not want to let Cox get away from him. It's interesting he mentioned about how tough it is to come out after losing. Something that has been a theme through this tournament is being able to come out after losing, but maybe just a little more difficult when it's the semi-finals.
Well, I'd say you're playing for the title and a big check, aren't you? And I guess losing in a 10-point tiebreak like that will make you feel deflated.
Yeah, I suppose the only third, fourth playoff we have in tennis is the Olympics.
That's true.
Don't play it at the O2 when we have round robins there.
No, you don't, do you?
And at the Olympics, you're playing for a bronze medal or for nothing. So it's slightly different, isn't it? It's a big motivation.
That 4th place must be probably the worst thing in tennis, right?
Yeah.
Or sport.
It's a lot on the line in that match.
It's not just, I mean, we say how cutthroat tennis is. Some people train 4 years and have a false start and they're done. There are some more cutthroat things happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And then even just within the sport, you see the amount of errors that we've seen from Ward. I mean, he can still win the match.
Yeah.
And in a lot of sports, as you say, you run 100 metres, you make one mistake,
No, yeah.
you're done.
No, yeah. Tennis gives you that chance to bite back.
Yeah, getting hold of his shots a little better there, Ward. Good weight on them, but didn't look like they were going to get away from him at all. Looking to start this second set strong. Got to remember both these players, of course, lost in the semi-finals just by a couple of points. In the final set breaker as well, so just making it harder. And both of them won the first set.
Yeah, it's tough to digest that one. I mean, they've both had some horrible losses in their career. You know, the ones that hurt and some big wins. So I guess if you come here, it's got to be part of the script almost. You've got to crack on.
Good training in terms of how to do that, how to get rid of the negative emotions after a loss quickly. Double fault for James Ward.
Still £2,000 to pay for, £2,000 to pay for. Does help, especially if you want to go back full-time tour for Coxie. It's gonna do a couple more tournaments.
Such a big part of this event. I mean, the prize money is so strong in comparison to even a lot of the pro events that these players would be playing in. It's very good, and I think it's going to be needed because you were saying we're not entirely sure about the schedule moving forward. What we do know is there won't be many events. It's definitely not going to be a full schedule for a long time, and the cash to get to the tournaments is going to be key.
Especially starting off, even if you win the tournament, you don't really break even.
Yeah,
But
nice
you've got to think bigger. Good backhand there. Yeah, these tournaments have been awesome for all of us.
Ward really trying to dig his heels in. You know, look at the sort of prize money comparisons. The first sort of pro event you could play, for example, the women's tour, a 15k event. That's 15k for the entire event, singles and doubles.
Dollars.
If you win it, it's $955.
Minus tax. Yeah, at least 20% of raw.
12th place here, taking $3,000. So it's, you know, it's huge for these players. Well, yourself as well. Been involved.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, got $1,000 to turn up. So, you know, if you did turn up and had an awful week, you're still not out of pocket. It's fantastic. That's worst case. The winner was getting close to £5,000. Of the first 5 tournaments leading up to the Classic week. It's money we're not used to.
Sweet strike from Ward down the line, finding it. So I did get it wrong. It's actually a little more than I was saying. I was reading the doubles numbers. It's $1,470.
Crazy.
For a singles finalist, $2,350 if you win it, but still less than
Less
coming
than
in last spot
12th,
here.
Yeah. Got rid of the 10k. There used to be 10ks.
Yeah,
That
it was
got
about
quite interesting.
about £800 winning a 10k.
Yeah. I went to Spain one week. I won the singles, lost in the final of doubles. And after I was taxed, my profit was €60 for the week.
Yeah.
I was staying in a hotel EB, sort of toughing it out.
Yeah.
And then go off to French League that weekend and make some proper money. But that's the life. That's what you accept as a player. And you hope to play the bigger tournaments.
Yeah, starting to get things going here, Ward. It's not looking perfect. It's still sort of interrupted with some unforced errors, but definitely feel like the errors that he's making are not as loose, not getting away from him like they did in the first.
It's tough. I feel for Cox out there because you don't really know what's coming. It's tough to stay focused.
So Ward does manage to hold the opening game of the second set. Gets his nose in front. We're looking to build on that. Still plenty of time to do so. So it's a fairly one-sided set, so you do end up with sort of one-sided stats. Cox winning an awful lot more points. Plenty of breakpoint opportunities there. 6 to have a look at. Got himself a lot of second serves to have a crack at in the Wardy service games. And really, Cox barely putting a foot wrong through that first set. Needs to maintain it, and I'm sure he will be feeling like Ward is going to come out and do something a little different in this second. Go down a bit comfortably in the first. Always looking to make a change. But for the moment, Cox will be continuing on.
Looks like he's willing to rally a bit more now. Cox is going to have to switch it on. Spoke too soon.
Yeah, the errors just, they're still hanging around, but just feeling a little more restrained from Ward.
I don't feel that was like an awful miss, just slightly
Yeah.
overcooked the return.
Had potential, didn't it?
Yeah.
It's one thing you've got to learn to get your head around if you want to be a tennis player, is the good misses versus the bad. Yeah, cutting off that forehand early, getting the width as well, and just throwing himself through the back of it, so it just zipped away nice and flat. And Cox under an early little bit of pressure here. Just not quite quick enough to cover that down the line pass. And playing somebody like who's a counter-puncher like Cox. They do play out of the corners so well. They just have a habit of finding the angles, so you do have to be precise if you're pushing forward and really not give them gaps to look at.
Yeah, Cox especially very good passing shots, makes you play a lot of tough volleys. Haven't seen Ward come forward too much today. Having watched him play, he doesn't actually come forward too much at all, to be honest.
Yeah, he likes to battle it out from the baseline,
He does,
doesn't he? He's an
hits it so
aggressive
clean.
baseliner.
Yeah, normally a winner before.
Yeah, it's
Got
normally just coming forward for a knock-off, isn't it?
Yeah.
Volley sort of thing, just put it away.
Yeah.
Double fault from Cox.
If I had that timing, I'd do the same thing as well.
Ward getting some reward for the work he's been putting into the second set. He's completely reset himself, being far more consistent, keeping the quality and just reining in those loose shots. Looking to break. He'll be frustrated with that one. He had good play on his racket. He was balanced. It was a good contact point. Just couldn't come up with anything. You know, it's fair enough if the player puts in a serve that makes life really difficult for you, but it wasn't one of them. Well, he knew it would have to be good when you're trying to get the shot away from Cox on a drop shot, for example. He is such a rapid player and a mover around the court, and Ward may be trying to go for a little too much on it. And Cox comes out of a tricky service game, levels it up 1-1. Wasn't gaining much position in the point there. Cox just soaking up the pace. Quite a central point, didn't see much width there. But Ward unable to get his body up the court, his feet up inside the baseline to start opening up those angles. Pacey serve though. He went full pelt on the second serve.
Was that an angry second?
Well, that tee serve is just so reliable for him. Why not just do it on a second serve?
He does, yeah, having watched him over the years, he does sometimes just pop on. He looked a bit peeved after that first.
Yeah, it did look wide though.
Yeah, no, it was, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely out.
Yeah, just not getting out of the way of that central ball. You want to try and move around that, play the forehand. You've got to create some space. Often it's more difficult to create space than it is to track a ball down out wide. couple of misses from Ward, and Cox back into this game. He's definitely upped his level, Ward, in this second. It's definitely looking more restrained, but still those errors just hanging around. Putting him under pressure on serve once again. Oh, Cox has done so well to get that serve back like that. Ward dismissing it.
It's a lovely shot. Up and down the line.
Getting away from him. It's 1 point of quality from Ward, 1 unforced error. It's just he needs to try and start stringing it together to get the scoreboard ticking over.
He's got that big serve to help him out as well, but yeah, I guess Cox isn't getting into much of a rhythm here.
Oh, how about that?
How's that for rhythm?
Yeah, just a slight break in the wrist to come around the outside of the ball, and a beautiful angle to serve up. A great point.
That's a lovely shot. Tough to get across yourself if you get slid out wide. To get across the ball is quite a hard skill, that. Not for Dan.
Nice and simple. It was a real swat in the middle of the court from Ward to get that extra width. Still trying to wrestle his way through this game. I can give you an update from court number 2. Arbuthnot and Freya Christie are out in action. It's Arbuthnot who's up 5-4, but that is a tight match. Tough going through that first set. I'll let you know how that one progresses. Cox hasn't done a whole lot wrong this game at all. Coming up with some big tennis when he needs it. So quick, isn't he? Yeah, I mean the backhand down the line from Ward was inch perfect. It looked like you'd at least get him on the stretch and maybe defend a little high. But no, Cox so balanced through it as well once he got out into that corner. Really, it is the down the line shots from Ward are just the standout of his game, aren't they? He just does it so often.
Effortlessly as well. It's almost like he hits line better than cross court.
Yeah.
Certainly on his forehand at the moment. It's quite it's a rare skill to have.
Just missing that a little long. Ward thought he had found the line. Oh, he finds the down the line though, and a clap from Dan Cox, who smiles as well, because how about that? I mean, it's just devastating. Down the line shots off of both wings, and Ward does manage to wrestle his way through that game. Still on serve in the second set. Ward leads 2-1. So Cox facing a little more resistance in this second set than he did in the first. Ward upping his level. And the slight concern for Cox is that Ward still has room to grow and get better. Whether he will manage it or not, we'll have to see. New balls. Oh!
Yes, is he alive?
Well, he's down, but he seems okay, and he's asking, did I make it?
That's brilliant.
Yes, Dan, you made a sensational winner as you tumble to the floor. He looks a bit shell-shocked after that, doesn't he?
Apologise, that was awesome.
I think he was going to go past Ward anyway.
Yeah.
It's an ambitious shot from Ward to take on. Wow, that really was something, wasn't it? Full commitment. Just as I was complimenting how he never loses balance out in the corners.
Little cut on his knee there, look. A war wound.
Three deep shots in a row from Cox, keeping Ward at the back of the court, but then the one that dropped short, he maybe, because he'd had three in a row that were deep, he just wasn't quite quick enough to get up and capitalise on it.
Getting some longer rallies now. Getting into the match a little bit.
Not sure what sort of shot he was trying to come up with there.
I'm not sure what grip that was.
So Cox coming through a comfortable game.
Just call it a 40 love shot.
Yeah.
Just wants to hit a few rockets now instead.
So 2-all. Effortless motion from Ward on the serve, just chuck it up and hit it, keeping it super simple. Tough to predict where he's going to go as well. There's not a huge amount of shoulder rotation.
Quite like what he's doing on his second going big. You don't really see players do it anymore. I remember growing up watching Ivanisevic Sampras 129 second serves.
Just popping it in as a mixer.
Yeah. I like it. Well, the opponent doesn't get rhythm. If you hit a double fault, they're not beating you as such. You're not feeling great when they hit a bomb just long.
I think Kyrgios pops it in now and then, doesn't he?
And underarm.
Everyone else is just too disciplined. Well, Cox saw Wardy winding up on that forehand. He knew he just had to get behind it and he could redirect that pace and did it really well there.
Almost overran the forehand there, but did well to adjust last minute there. Good point.
Easy as you like. strokes it down the line. Doesn't look under any sort of pressure at all.
Such a nice strike. It doesn't look like he's breaking a sweat, does it?
Finally seeing Cox have to stretch out for that slice, just pure defence. Not able to use his counter-punching skills. Another tough game for Ward to come through, but we're seeing lots of good quality from Ward now in the second set. It's just about maintaining the level, keeping the consistency, but so far keeping his service games ticking over. He's up 3-2. So things looking a little more even in this second set. Neither player able to make a breakthrough, but I've had some threats lurking. Some good quality tennis being played. Find the clean strikes now, Ward. Looking good off both wings. Unforced errors are still reducing more and more as this set goes on, so slightly concerning for Cox. Might have to look to do a little more.
Oh.
Something like that.
That'll do it.
Serve and first shot dealt with nicely. Just as it feels like Ward's getting a hold of his shots and really finding that range, that comes in.
It's that cross court. It's that cross court forehand he's struggling with today, isn't it? More than anything else. Seems when he hits line, he's fine. There's a lot more running involved to do that though.
Cox just making sure that he's not going to miss. He'll be well aware that the unforced errors are just still peppering through the Ward game, and if he could just maintain his relentless work rate, which, let's be honest, that suits his style. That's what he does. That he may be able to be let off the hook a little.
You just know he's not going to miss in that rally. He gets in these tussles.
Taking that early down the line, just catching Cox out. I think he was pretty convinced that was going to come at least central or cross.
He does hit down the line so well, Ward. Effortlessly.
Just bring you up to date with what's happening over on court number 2. It was Emily Arbuthnot who took that first set 6-4 over Freya Christie, and they're in the early stages of the second.
Oh.
It's a nice shot, isn't it? Outstretched, leaning out, but just looking like he had all the time in the world to line that one up perfectly. Well, he went big, looking to try and take the break from Cox and not sit back and let him out rally him. Looking for his favourite shot backhand line. Just a little off balance. You can see he fell through the side of the ball. Back to Juice. A little fortunate there for Cox. Just going into the backhand side for Ward. Up another backhand winner.
One of the few players who is backhand from the middle of the court. James Ward. Benoit Paire does it as well.
Yeah, it seems like James is not really fussed whichever side he takes it on in the middle. So much pace off that. And it's so flat as well, really working on these indoor courts, staying low and just shooting through at Cox. Well, the breakthrough goes the way of James Ward, and we knew that Cox was facing more resistance. It just felt like it was growing through that second set. I don't think Ward will be particularly happy with his level. I don't think it's where he wants it to be, but it is improving game on game, and he is the one that takes that break and is up 4-2.
Just sensed that Cox early on needed that break. Could have got on top of him there, but Ward, yeah, as you said, he's timing it a little better now.
Plenty of action still to come here on finals day. Next matchup will be the women's singles final. Emma Raducanu taking on Jodie Burridge. That'll be not before 2:30. Followed by Liam Brody and Ryan Peniston in the men's final. And then we'll have the women's third and fourth playoff, the equivalent of this match, which will be Harriet Dart against Eden Silver to round things off. just making it look so easy. Didn't really move his feet at all, just got the racket out in the right spot. Struck that away. Pacey serve. That's exactly what he's looking for. Consolidate this break nice and quick. It was a late leave, but a good one. Just drifting long there from Cox on his passing shot attempt. And Ward does consolidate his break nice and comfortably. Up 5-2 in the second set. Cox is looking to put on a little bit of pressure in James Ward in this second set. Remember, he has broken him a couple of times, so it's not unreasonable to think that he might be able to come back here. It is just that he is playing a very different opponent in this second set to what he did in the first. James Ward making some big adjustments. Just chipping away, focusing on himself, being more disciplined, a bit more energy, a bit more footwork around the ball. All of that contributing to him producing a much higher level.
This happened very suddenly, hasn't it?
Yeah, you could feel the pressure building on Cox. It's amazing what some small differences can do. The breakthrough coming.
8 points in a row. For James Ward.
Keeping things simple, wide serve, and then playing the follow-up shot to space. One of the go-to plays, see an awful lot of that, especially under pressure. 15-30, sensible way to go. Some good serving from Cox to get himself out a little bit of a hole there. Love 30. Ward unable to really extend the rally past the first couple of shots. So it will be James Ward to try and serve out this second set. It's 5-3, so it's only one break. And we know what Cox is like in terms of putting the pressure on, making those balls. He'll be asking all the questions of James Ward here.
Yep. Ward will be after some big first serve, some 3 points if possible. Is he going to start with the T trademark?
Unusual, really. Wouldn't really expect that from Cox. First point, trying to hang in this set, not making the court on the return.
Certainly a rare miss for Cox. Something he's normally so good at is making you play there.
You don't get gifted very much, but a couple of missed returns. Ward will take this gladly. Cruising through to some set points here for James Ward. It's been a much better second set. Just took him a little while to get going. I did hear a lot about the third and fourth playoff being a tough one to get up for. Tough for both of them. But here is Ward looking to level things up. He's found the line. Well, the tee serve getting the job done for James Ward. How often have we seen that through this week? Coming up with it on the big moments, but a huge improvement for the second. And he does manage to level things up with Dan Cox here. It's a set all. And will James Ward be able to continue this improvement, keep getting better through this final set tie break? Because if he can, Cox might be in a little bit of trouble. Is off for a bathroom break, a little bit of a refreshment before heading into this final set. And it is no surprise really that these two ended up in a final set tie break, both losing their semi-finals on tie breaks yesterday. Some good quality stuff in the second set there. Cox is going to have to try and find a way to disrupt the rhythm of Ward because it's starting to fall into place for him. And Ward carrying momentum into the final set. So into the final set we go here. Third, fourth playoff for the men. And it'll be Dan Cox to kick things off. Most of these players have played a number of championship breakers recently. I think a lot of this is going to be down to who can get off to the better start. Not the start Cox was looking for, trying to go big with the kicker. A double fault. And this is just what we've seen from Cox just over those recent games. You talked about it a lot, Marcus. You don't get much from Dan Cox, but did get a couple of return misses, Wardy, when he was trying to serve out that second set. A double fault to kick off the third. Must feel like he's giving you some presence.
It's tough for him because he was, you know, on top for so long, and then all of a sudden he's a breakdown. Now Wardy playing well again.
Is that just the pressure for Cox with those errors coming in?
I think so. Yeah, there's probably a bit of frustration in there. He had a couple of chances early on to break in the second. Very strange errors, yeah.
Yeah, and he's shaking his head there because you just would expect Cox to make that sort of return, and in this particular situation he just has a really good habit of, when things get tight, just shutting up shop. Super work from Ward. You could just see really flattened off on that forehand and wasn't making as much progress in the point as he would like, so really went for that, got that extra 10% of pace on, and it did all the damage. Great start for Ward, carrying on from the second set, and it has been a case of it was a little bit of a slow start from James Ward, and then he really did reset for the second. Had to work still to improve his level. It was gradually getting there. Got there in the nick of time, so he was able to take the break. And it looks like it's continuing on here.
It's not put a foot wrong, really, in a long while.
That time. Showing that he can still punch his way through. It's all about just making balls. He gets on that front foot. When he's aggressive with his movement up the court, then the angles are created for him and he is able to get it away.
Good natural left hand on that backhand. He always gets you off the court with that one. Looks so effortless.
One of the biggest serves we've seen from Ward. Just with the small advantage early on in this final set tiebreak, all the way to 10, of course, and these players have fine-tuned championship tiebreaks. You get back on the circuit or the tour, don't play any of them unless you're playing in the doubles, or you're making it to 6-all in the final set of the Australian Open, then you'll play one. So can Ward hold on to his lead now? First time he's actually in front in the match. went down a break early on to Cox, then a double break to lose that first set. Really has turned things around well. Well, he took on the down the line, trying to take a little bit more risk. I think Cox recognising he can't just sit back and work the cross court. But the second shot just didn't quite get up and underneath it.
Pretty low shot that to take early, especially down the line. Sounds like fun on the next court.
Yeah, things heating up, that's for sure. Match between Freya Christie and Emily Arbuthnot. They're locked pretty tight in the second set. It was tight in the first, went in the way of Arbuthnot. Couldn't tell you who it was that was screaming there.
One back.
Yeah, that's helpful for Cox. He needs just a little bit of a look here, doesn't he?
It's the only look he's getting for now.
Had Cox fooled, didn't he? He was just leaning into that tee serve, thinking, surely that's coming at my backhand. But nice little slider from Ward to mix things up. And he still has the mini break. Again, another miss you wouldn't really expect from Cox in a third set tie break. Not sure whether it's a bit of fatigue coming in or the pressure of playing James Ward, or the fact that he didn't play for a few years. Could be any of those things. But Ward, the beneficiary of a couple of loose shots from Cox, and up 8-4 now.
Must be quite tough to play against Ward, especially first set and a half. Not many long rallies, you can't really get into it, and then all of a sudden he starts playing well. It's very, very difficult to then sort of up your level or match it. And I think that's been the problem here.
Yeah, it has felt like a completely different opponent through this second and third set. Big turnaround, and we were expecting him to make a change.
Yeah.
He's good enough, he's got lots of gears that he can shift through.
I think for Cox, I mean, trying to get the early break in the second would have really changed the outcome. But Ward stayed strong on his serve.
He did have to fight through a couple, didn't he? Those early service games, but got the scoreboard moving in his favour. That's the most important thing. Yeah, nicely taken.
Really did stick that volley, didn't he?
You can feel Cox trying to do a little bit more, just knowing that those unforced errors have dried up from Ward, trying to force his way through and taking that one early and down the line.
Sheer power there, and yeah, he took it early. Wasn't actually that close to the sideline, but he got it through the court nice and quickly.
And of course the tee serve to just ensure that Cox doesn't get too close. And Ward has a few cracks at wrapping this match up with 3 match points. That's called 0 footwork. He just came right into that right shoulder of Ward.
That's what you're hoping for when you serve body.
Yeah, exactly. Just didn't know which way to move, so just didn't move. I've always enjoyed that as a lefty.
Yeah, that's good fun.
Get him stuck.
The right hip.
Just drifting long, so down to 1 match point. I don't think James Ward is too happy with that little mutter to himself. Will have the match point on his own serve. And how well has he served, coming up with big ones under pressure. So it just has that feel that he might be able to do the same thing again here. Pulls it out of the bag, right off the line. He went big, he went wide, and he wraps up the match. Tremendous performance from James Ward. It was not his best tennis, but you can't play your best tennis every day, especially on day 7. Match 7, after a tough loss in the semis yesterday, but I think an incredibly professional performance. It took him a little while to get off the mark. Okay, that's understandable, but once he started getting a grip of things, there was no looking back, and really showing the experience and the calibre that we've got in James Ward. And I think he'll be really pleased to get through that one.
Yeah, I think he served fantastically well in that 3rd set tie-break, actually. How many aces and returnals did he get right there at the end? Quite a few. Cox was sort of on his serve for a set and a half, wasn't he?
Yeah.
In a lot of the points.
Especially that second serve. He got a lot of looks at that, and you can see there the first serve percentage 57 for Ward. That was creeping up as the match went on.
Yeah,
it was lower at the
really
first set, so did quite well to turn that around. But
Total
managing
points 1, look at that.
Yeah, dead heat, right? But managing to tough out a match like that where you're not feeling 100%, not feeling fresh as a daisy, and you've got somebody like Dan Cox at the other end who is just relentless. It's a tough ask, but one that Wardy was ready for and able to produce on. So the 3rd place goes to James Ward, 4th to Dan Cox, well earned by both of those men. The final will be up here, and not next, it will be the 2nd match up for you, the men's final there between Liam Brody and Ryan Peniston. Before that, we do have the women's final to come. Emma Raducanu taking on Jodie Burridge, and we'll be right back with that match very shortly.
very warm welcome to St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club in Surrey, where after 6 weeks of competition, we have reached the climax in the UK. A very warm welcome to St George's.
Channel 2, channel 2.
1, channel 1. Test. Channel 1.
A very warm welcome to St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club in Surrey, where after A very warm welcome to St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club in Surrey, where after 6 weeks of competition, we have reached the climax in the UK Pro Series. 2 intriguing finals to look forward to, after which the respective winners will be presented with these magnificent trophies. Shaped like a pineapple, the trophy traces its roots back to the Victorian era, where the fruit represented a gift of the most prestigious esteem, honour and high regard. The big question, of course, is who's going home with the pineapples. The men's final is an all left-handed clash involving Liam Brodie and Ryan Peniston, who both came from a set down to win their semi-finals in master tiebreaks against James Ward and Dan Cox. That match will start not before 4 o'clock. First up, it's the women's final involving the in-form Jodie Burrage and 17-year-old Emma Raducanu, who produced a fantastic performance yesterday to see off Harriet Dart in a fiercely fought affair. So we are all set for the players to do battle one more time. Glorious surroundings for this inaugural $540,000 has been up for grabs, and despite the unpredictability of the British summer, everything has run like clockwork thanks to the superb indoor facilities at the club and the staff who have supported the venture magnificently in collaboration with the LTA. The players have loved every minute of it, and so too have the pundits. Naomi Cavaday is alongside me. Naomi, the cream has risen to the surface of that, there's no doubt, but as a general point, first of all, how impressed have you been by the general standard this week?
It's been so impressive. It's been so incredibly competitive. We have had so many third set breakers to get through, and the level that they've been producing has been amazing. I think a real benefit for playing so many weeks back to back, so many matches out on the court, and the Brits are ready to get out there and show what they can do.
Yeah, and this women's final should be very special. The two players know each other extremely well. Jodie Burrage and Emma Raducanu are meeting for a 5th time in 6 weeks. Here they come behind us. Jodie's been in magnificent form. The injuries that she suffered in years gone by are happily in the past now, but she knows she's going to have her work cut out against 17-year-old Emma Raducanu, who yesterday, I have to whisper a bit because she's right next to me, but we're only going to say positive things. Yesterday against Harriet Dart, she produced some magical tennis, didn't she?
Yeah, I have to say she's been looking really good over these recent weeks when she's been competing, and through this week she's been absolutely fantastic. But for me, that was her best performance that I've seen. So she's looking really, really good and showing that you just improve when you play day after day after day. So yeah, she's going to be a real challenge for Jodie, the more experienced player, of course, to get stuck into.
Well, that was a very intense semi-final. 1 or 2 comments were made afterwards, which added to the spice of the occasion. Obviously, with so much up for grabs today, we can expect plenty more competitive action, can't we?
These are competitive beasts. This is what these athletes want to do, and of course it makes it real. We like a little bit of spice rather than it just all being a bit too nice. So yeah, good to see that. But yeah, it'll be played in good spirits, of course, this final. But yeah, I'm expecting real competitiveness and digging deep.
And we should just stress what has gone into making this stage a series that has lasted for 6 weeks. Billy Harris, one of the players involved, played 42 matches in 42 days. His secret apparently was a fry-up every morning. I'm not sure if that's the advice you give to everybody, but there have been some supreme, energetic performances by so many players as we now bubble up to the final couple of matches.
And all the players have had to really ride the roller coaster of emotions, the physical nature of it as well. They've had days where they've been shattered, they've had to come out, play again. But also it's just really nice that if you're demoralised after a loss and you don't put in a good performance, you can be back out on court within 24 hours. That doesn't normally happen. You normally have to wait for a few days before getting back out. But yeah, it's been a tremendous effort from so many players involved, and there are lots that have almost played the 42 out of 42, but Billy topping the title.
Well, I was going to wait until Jodie was out of ear-age before asking Naomi about her game specifically, so hopefully she's not listening to us. If she is, I'm sure she won't mind hearing the fact that certainly according to those closest to her, she's playing the best tennis of her career at the moment, and her forehand in particular has become a major weapon.
Yeah, I mean, the forehand has improved out of sight. We've always known about the Burridge backhand. It's a beautiful and natural shot to watch. Down the line, cross court, she can do anything with it. The forehand now looking pretty similar, very, very dangerous. And really, she's somebody who can hit winners from anywhere on the court. And now she's improved her movement so much over the past few weeks, well, past few months through lockdown, working with Stephen Coetzee, the fitness trainer, that she's getting into all of those areas on the court where she can hit those winners from. So for me, she was somebody who came out of lockdown looking better than she was before, and she was already on a good trajectory.
Yeah, she's certainly very keen to give lots of credit to Speedo, as her fitness instructor is called. In terms of Jodie, I mentioned at the start she's had so many injury problems in the past to deal with. Emma Raducanu is a youngster, of course, at the age of 17, looked so at home yesterday. You don't want to start putting too much pressure on a young player, but from what you have seen of her, where should she be aiming in terms of rankings over the next year or two, do you think?
Well, the first task is to get into the Grand Slam qualifying. That's around, if you can get to 200, you're guaranteed to be in there. So she's sitting just outside 300. She's been moving up nicely. She's won a $25,000 event. That's a big tournament for her to win. And I have no doubt that she will be there as soon as she's able to compete regularly enough and get those ranking points in. And a very similar story for Jodie. Once you get into the Grand Slam qualifying, you have 4 big opportunities a year to learn, to play against the big players, to potentially qualify, reach the main draws, as say Harriet Dart has done, that we saw yesterday. We'll see her up again later, and that Emma took a win against, and you get to test yourself against the best. So that's the next stage for her to focus on.
Yeah, Harriet will play for the third place playoff in the final match on this court just a little later. In terms of their rankings, Jodie, UK number 7, world number 287. Emma, UK number 13, world number 338. And you say you learn a lot from playing against the best players. I know that Jodie in particular took huge comfort from beating Jo Konta in one of the Battle of the Brits encounters, and said afterwards, suddenly she realises the gulf between where she is now and those at the very top of the game is perhaps not as wide as she thought. So that's got to be an invaluable experience for her.
Oh, absolutely. And we've seen, I think, across the board for the guys, for the girls, being able to play against players that they just wouldn't normally get the chance to. The tournaments that Emma and Jodie play, somebody like a Konta, she's not in those tournaments. She's playing at a higher event, and it's been the same for the men as well. So to get those huge opportunities to really see where you're at, see how you're progressing, and see that difference, and then realise I can do that. Just give me a few more months and I can do that. It's absolutely just invaluable, and I just love that the British players are looking so sharp, so ready, so desperate to get out into the international events, and they are going to have a massive advantage over other nations because of what they've been able to do here.
Well, I've mentioned that this is their 5th meeting in 6 weeks, 2 wins apiece in that time. Jodie was very quick to say that the overall head-to-head is 3-2 to her, so that meant a little something. What's going to happen today in this match, Naomi? Who's going to win it?
I honestly have no idea. For me, up until yesterday, Jodie had been playing the best tennis of the tournament and had been looking really good, and she did get a win. She just stole a win against Emma earlier in the week, but Emma's performance yesterday was tremendous. If Emma could play like she did yesterday in the semi-final, I think she could take the win. I think anything less than Jodie's experience might win out.
It should be very special. Let's find out what is going to unfold. Naomi's heading up to the commentary box. Already in position there are Marcus Willis and Barry Mills.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Yes, we are delighted to be here. Coming to the conclusion now of this UK Pro Series that has been staged so brilliantly at the St George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club in Weybridge, just southwest of London. And you've set it up very nicely there with Naomi as the two players warm up, continue their final preparations for this, their 6th encounter, the series that began for them last year in a Bolton ITF event that they played out, which Burridge came from a set down to win 6-4 in the decider. Raducanu then a tour win, British Tour win earlier this year, 10-4 in a match tie break. She won again in straight sets in the first of their Battle of the Brits 2 encounters, and then it was Burridge who came through 10-7 in a match tie break in the second of those. And of course the most recent indicator is the one that they played the other day in the Box B on the round robin stage of this final week, and eventually Jodie Burridge just came through that 10-6 in the match tie-break. She won the opening set, lost the second, and narrowly got through the final set. So in terms of closeness, in terms of the games they've been playing, a lot to look forward to. Marcus Willis alongside me. It should be a cracking final, a really good conclusion to what we've had all week.
Yeah, I think deserved finalists here. They've been playing very, very good tennis.
They have indeed.
For more than just this week. I've commentated on a couple of Jodie's matches. She's playing very well, very steadily, and obviously I've seen the results from elsewhere. Can't really call this one.
It's very difficult to pick a winner, isn't it? I mean, Jodie is totally unbeaten. The only loss for Raducanu was against Jodie Burridge in that round-robin encounter. But the 17-year-old Emma Raducanu to take on the 21-year-old Jodie Burridge. Sit back and enjoy this wherever you're viewing from. Great to have your company. It should be a rousing conclusion to the women's singles here this week in terms of the outright champion. And of course a lot of prize money up for grabs. This match alone, well, the runner-up will receive $15,000 and the champion will walk away with $20,000. Of course, another of the playoff matches continuing on the other court. A lot of noise going on there, an extreme rally at the moment between Arbuthnot and Christie. We'll keep you posted on that, but now we focus on Raducanu in the women's final. Well, she isn't a player who gets distracted on the court, generally speaking. She's very even-tempered, so too Jodie Burridge. Lots of smiles beforehand. Hopefully will be played in a keenly competitive but good spirit. Of course, there's always a bit of an edge when the pressure mounts, and there was certainly a bit of that yesterday. Raducanu against Harriet Dart. But as Emma said afterwards, well, she kind of thrives on that. She recognises that when another player's getting perhaps a little bit chirpy and a bit hot under the collar, it's because they are feeling the pressure, and she's able to make the most of that. That's what she expects. And there is that searing shot that we've always seen from Burridge up the line. It's been her real rock, her strength, but as Naomi was saying with Marcus Buckland in the build-up, the way that her forehand has also developed. Great to see her now, and hopefully those injury problems behind her. Raducanu will have to be well aware of that. But she closes quickly on the short reply. It is so important for these players. It's not just developing the skills, developing the court craft, but also how to play mentally, how to deal with match after match, day after day. Because if, when the tour resumes in a big way for them and they get to a higher level, the hopes of battling higher level opponents and getting deep in tournaments will require that. Once more, it's a clean hit from Burridge to bring up the first break point of this women's final. And I'm delighted to say Naomi has now come up and joined us for this matchup. And already Jodie Burridge showing a thing or two with her intent here, Naomi.
Yeah, it's going to be a big hitting match. Really enjoys firing off winners off the backhand side.
But it was the return that was absolute quality, right back, pushing Raducanu off that baseline, and then Burridge full bore on the forehand winner to grab the first game, to break through right at the start of this women's final. Well, she's been so positive right from the start of the week, hasn't she, Burridge, and the way she has taken out all opponents including Raducanu already. That must just make her feel, yep, I know what to do when it comes to the crunch, and she's made a very strong statement of intent here at the start. We saw how Raducanu a couple of matches ago was perhaps overhitting at times, but how she learnt to perhaps take a little bit off the ball when trying to open up the court, making the angles, and we'll see how she might try and apply that here this afternoon. Burridge to serve for the first time in competition today. Have to go and collect her own ball, of course, because due to the lockdown restrictions enabling this tournament to go ahead, but there has to be a limit on the social, person-to-person interaction on court. Limit that as much as possible. So no line judges, no ball kids. The players to call their own lines, the umpire to overrule if necessary. A length ball again and again there from Raducanu.
Yeah, with the Burridge game style at the moment, she just looks so clear on what she's trying to do on every single point. I mean, sometimes it doesn't work out and some errors are going to come. She does play an aggressive style. Been working a lot with David Felgate and Colin Beecher alongside today. David was here earlier in the week.
And Raducanu will know quickly there that, again, if she leaves it short, that's going to get hammered away. It was just put away with disdain by Burridge on the forehand. Set it up, just too flat into the higher part of the net.
And the backhand side for Raducanu, her strength as well, what she'll be looking to use. I mean, she can fire things off of both wings, much like Burridge. Doesn't quite possess the same amount of pace as Burridge.
Wonderful tennis. That was a wonderful cross-court from Emma Raducanu. The backhand really forced pressure on Burridge and then taken well out of the air again, and she is good at that. Watching it clearly under the roof here. It's a pleasant day outside now, but of course we're grateful that this has been played indoors, albeit it was stifling in the first few days because of the intense heat. But because of the rain of the last couple of days, it's meant that we've had no problems getting through the matches. Of course, every player involved every day.
Really interesting to see what sort of level Raducanu can produce today. So I was saying a little earlier on, and what we saw from her yesterday was of such a high level. For me, some of the best tennis I've seen from her. It just feels like the demand, the requirements to beat Jodie Burridge are pretty similar in terms of having to find that level and sustain it through the match.
Has a go, doesn't make it, and so it is a 2-love lead already for Jodie Burridge. Early stages, but just playing like the leading candidate here, and has certainly shown how to do that throughout the week. Burridge. Straight sets wins to start off with for Burridge against Maloney, Appleton and Gray. Then the battle with Raducanu, that match tie break 10-6 that she took Nadia Rawson, she saw off in straight sets, and she was leading Eden Silva yesterday. And Silva had to pull up, not feeling well, unfortunately. Hopefully she will be back this evening to play the final match, the concluding match on this main court in the third and fourth place playoff against Harriet Dart. No quarter given by either. Eventually, the swing too strong from Burridge on the backhand. But yeah, played at a blistering place. You can see Raducanu sort of reacting after that exchange.
Yeah, quality stuff, and something that I think by Raducanu getting the opportunities to play the likes of Harriet Dart and Jodie Burridge, just recognising that, okay, if you play people who are lower down in the ranks, 500, 600, maybe the pace can overwhelm them. But actually, Burridge and even Dart yesterday feeling comfortable with it. It was the width brought in, as you were saying, Barry, earlier on. That's what was doing the damage. Great for Emma to get a look at these levels and what is required. She's had a couple of run-outs against players ranked highly. For Jodie, it's been a combination of being able to play so far up, but also have to play with the pressure on. Highest ranked player, not by much, but she will really be wanting to come through this.
Splendid strike, not coming back there, right up the line from Raducanu. So she gets on the board, albeit a little bit late in the day, having been broken at the start. But at the moment, it's Jodie Burridge who leads 2-1 in the opening set. Getting into this women's final now. This concluding day to the UK Pro Series, the Classic Week. 24 of the leading players from the UK involved day after day. And we're already getting involved in a really hard-fought battle between two young talents. Jodie Burridge leading off here. Slightly higher ranked of the two. She's about just under 50 places above Raducanu in the world ranking. She is 4 years older. She's 21. Raducanu's still 17. Over from the other court, I think. here comes Raducanu's first opportunity to get the break back quickly in this opening set. Calling it wide.
Can't say I agree with that.
No.
Pretty clean.
Burridge digging in, determined not to let Raducanu take it there. Still quite a difficult place to get out of. 15-40. Wasn't the best serve, but that's a brilliant backhand.
Yeah, knew exactly what she was trying to do with it, lined it up brilliantly as well, just cutting off the angle and then leaning all the way through with the shot, with the shoulders. Just got her that extra bit of width, so you can take it a bit earlier.
Shown by Burridge there, she is broken back, going too long. But, well, the level already pretty intense, Marcus.
Yeah, good level of tennis. Really good game by Raducanu at 2-love. And then piled on the pressure there. Burridge would be frustrated with that. She got to 30-40, had a chance in that rally, but in the balance, fair score, I'd say.
Yeah, that call was a bit dubious, wasn't it, to say the least? I mean, they've got to make it in an instant, and
it really is difficult calling serves. I mean, I found that myself. I was sort of generous, but yeah, it looked good. It looked good. The umpire said she thought it was wide as well. I can't say I agree, but I don't think it'll be a defining point in the match. Hopefully not.
But as a player, if you're in Burridge's,
it's
shoes,
annoying.
it is annoying, and you felt at the end there when she lost the game, she hammered the ball away into the netting. I guess that's the way to release that tension.
I mean, I've seen some awful calls the last few weeks. The guy's side of the draw, more so than the girls. There's been more problems there. That doesn't even touch the sides for what I've seen these last few weeks. So it's fine. At the end of the day, you laugh it off, but at the time, it's not funny, and you just, I don't know.
It just can disrupt the focus, can't it? Because you're so tuned to try and play your best, and then you get irritated by that.
You get irritated. You don't know if it's deliberate as well. You don't know. That's the annoying thing. It's like people can make mistakes, that's fine, but when numerous times you think it gets a bit more annoying. But it's an interesting new way of playing.
Raducanu moving on. Lost the opening couple of games, but she has won the next 3 in succession. So it is Raducanu leading on serve at the moment in this opening set by 3 games to 2. Burridge just checking she's okay. Did she just catch her shin on the signage there? I think she's all right. Hopefully, we don't want anything untoward either player to get hurt here. Prevent this final reaching a fitting conclusion. That's a way to do it. Lovely combination.
Talked a lot about the backhand of Burridge, but the serve as well is such a big weapon. I think she's got great technique. She really does maximise well on that particular shot. It's quite tough to read as well. Love that first backhand from Burridge, down so low. But what she did really well is just not overplay it. It's so easy to try and go for pace, especially off your best shot. And you know you want the backhand line, but she saw that it was low. She looked at all the information on the ball and just picked the most appropriate sort of shot. It was the best possible shot she could play without taking too much risk.
Just see a slight red mark under her knee where I think she did catch that sign at the end of the court earlier on. But yeah, the movement there was fabulous, and Raducanu not exactly hanging around on the court either. She was really quick. But it really does have the makings of some quality points through this decider. Great to see some of the best of British bringing it to the court like this. So she may have been broken in her last game, but she's held comfortably with that one. And they are even again, 3 games apiece in the first set. Of course, 2 tie-break sets, and if they split those, then a match tie-break decider. Wouldn't be the first one we've seen this week, would it? We've had so many of them. The quality, the competition has been absolutely ferocious. And they've both played their parts in plenty of those. Brilliant. Lovely work off both wings, and not missing again right into that backhand corner.
A really good striking from Burridge. Don't feel like Raducanu did anything wrong in that rally at all. It was just that extra weight of shot from Burridge, because she just has that more weight going through the ball. Raducanu's a little more balanced with her body weight. Has to try and explode through the shot. Burridge got a bit more of a lean, and it just gets you that extra zip.
Born in Toronto, her dad's Romanian, her mother Chinese, but they came with her family to the UK many years ago, so she's grown up in Great Britain. long.
Just lifted, didn't she, with the shoulders? She had settled down on the ball and just popped up the head and lifted the ball out of the back of the court.
Burridge did defend well, didn't she, to the big strike previously. Raducanu struggling for length there. Burridge coming back deep. Error from the teenager. Break point for Jodie Burridge.
It was the right sort of shot for Raducanu to look for, going for the width, but just the way she executed it, just trying to pull off with the shoulders and pull the ball around, and you just lose a little bit of control that way, rather than allowing the hands to do it.
Change of direction again, so low down behind the ball.
Again, just a little pull with the shoulders on that backhand. And I think that is just coming from the pressure of facing Burridge. She knows how good the quality needs to be. I mean, the backhand as a shot for Raducanu was absolutely superb. It's just if you tip over into trying to force it, those to creep in.
Jumped on that. And again, easy to get wrong, but she took it so well. The way we've watched her over the last few days, particularly here this week, just work things out during the matches, develop things, change things if need be, make slight adjustments, and all the while that confidence that seems to be oozing through her game now. This time, Burridge making the call, the umpire agreeing with Burridge. Is that 1-1?
I'm not sure about that one. Like it could have been.
That's rally of the match so far. Burridge so disappointed in the end to have lobbed long, because she played some screaming shots in that, but so did Raducanu, just still there, still dealing with everything, and she has the advantage now.
Was the lob the right shot there on the half volley?
Not a huge amount of options available. I mean, I'd always say be making the opponent play the volley, especially can't give them the opportunity to miss. Try and just keep it as low as possible.
It's tough, that was a very good point.
Yeah.
Burridge needing her running shoes again there to try and stick with Raducanu, who finishes it off emphatically up the line. That transfer again is very good from the teenager. And once more, the score moves along with serve. Raducanu, after putting that one away, heads back to her chair eventually, having collected her own towel, and leads 4-3 in the first set. Living up to the billing, this women's final. A very fierce battle already, as both players aspire under the roof here, because they have already covered some ground, hitting the ball very hard at times. Burridge kept her focus there. A stumble for Raducanu, trying to cover across to her left.
That previous game from Raducanu was just absolutely brilliant. Just relentless quality, mixing in the width with the pace. She looks so strong and balanced out wide, dealing with what Burridge was throwing at her. Seems like she's coming on from where she left off yesterday.
Last few days have been remarkable efforts. She did lose to Burridge, of course, in that round-robin match, but only just 10-6 in a match tie-break in their previous encounter here this week. But then to get the better of Beth Gray from a set down as well, she clawed her way back in the first set, saved numerous set points, but didn't manage then to win the tie-break. However, it didn't seem to bother her. She just kept on pressing and improving and worked it out, and eventually came through 10-3 in the deciding match tiebreak. And then, of course, yesterday stepped up and bageled Harriet Dart, the leading contender here, in the first set, and took the second, which was much more competitive and closer than perhaps the scoreline would suggest, but she did take it 6-3. So she's come in with form to this, but so too has Burridge, and Burridge here with points to make it 4-all now in their opening set. Wide. Giving it another stare, and wondering if the umpire might change sides and veer her way with an overall, but to my mind that was a fair call, and it is indeed 4 games all in this matchup. The one on court 2 between Beth Gray and Sonique Kartal has Gray currently up 3-2 on serve in their first set. That is a playoff for 7th and 8th places, and still good prize money all round today available. 7th takes away $5,500, 8th $5,000. ways these two mirror each other, don't they, with their game styles. It's about who's going to execute that bit better. Fewer errors and deal with the biggest points.
Yeah, in terms of their overall game styles, they're both looking to get the first strike in, both with stronger backhands and very effective serves. But just the way they go about doing that is quite different. I mentioned Raducanu's just a little more balanced, which means it's tougher to get her off balance in a lot of areas, pushing her backwards on the V. She deals with that so well. She sinks down nice and low and out of the corners. Burridge tends to lean a little more with her shoulders when she goes through the shots, so it can cause just a little bit of a delay when, say, recovering, and losing balance she can be a little bit more susceptible. But on the for the positives, she gets that extra bit of pace leading through with those shoulders as well. So there's pros and cons to both, but just a slightly different way of executing.
It is a hole to love for Raducanu, so she's thrown the gauntlet down here, challenging Burridge to see if Burridge can hold again to stay in the set. Both with good indoor records this season and indoors here this afternoon. Raducanu right now sitting on a 5-4 lead in set number 1. We've got a great battle going on here, and it's coming towards the business end now of this first set. Jodie Burridge serving to stay in it, 4-5. Annoyed with the miss. Finds the tee, just.
We really have seen players struggle to get a read on Burridge's serve.
really good use of the width of the court, the change of direction initially, just wrong footing Raducanu here, and then a defensive ball back, taken out of the air, took it very cleanly again. Important not to let that ball drop too low, makes it much harder if you do. Confusion here in terms of making the call. If it's close, they have to call it, the players themselves. Still 1 point for Burridge despite losing that one. On previous shots with that backhand. Now, again, it's just so good to see how she prepares for this ball and strikes through it.
Yeah, really good example of seeing the lean with the shoulders, really doing a lot of the work. Really nice technique off that wing.
She's been sparkling this week here at St George's Hill. She'll take a day to rest up, recover, perhaps enjoy a round of golf. She's keen on her golf. Raducanu might be looking at highlights of the Grand Prix tonight. She's a, dare I say, a petrol head. She's certainly an F1 fan. She loves her motorsport. Right now the focus on that yellow ball and what they can do with it here. It is nip and tuck between these two. And you'd imagine that it's so close that we'll get at least one tie break somewhere before this is decided.
Really is nothing between them, is there?
It's just about who executes when they do it.
Yeah.
It's just going to come down to moments this match. They're both producing at a fabulous level.
If there were ever going to be a draw in tennis, it would be now.
For a lot of aggression on that second serve.
Raducanu, certainly the youngest player in the event this week. You've never had the feeling that she's in any way felt overawed by the occasion, by an opponent. Far from it. Still points to take another game out of this first set. Well, it had her wondering. She had to race back, be absolutely certain, but that drops wide, and it is still with serve. Raducanu narrowly ahead, 6-5. Well, she called it out. You may wonder again, we saw the replay, but not sure that Burridge could see clearly from there. And the umpire on the other side. Anyway, they move on. As I say, Raducanu leading 6-5. Again, Burridge serving to stay in this first set. Serving with new balls now.
Frustration coming in for Burridge. It's something that has greatly improved. She's become a lot more patient with herself, trying to be her own biggest fan out on the court, but she does give herself a hard time, and I'm sure that's something that will continue to improve over the years. You can't just magic it overnight and totally change the way you feel on the court. Starting to flow here for Burridge right at the crucial moment, and this is what we were saying, it's just going to be coming down to a moment in each set, really.
That looked fine. All, good serving from Burridge. Raducanu seeing it differently, but not getting her way that time. Very good from Burridge. The serve and then the backhand.
Yeah, calmly done as well, because she actually didn't have a huge amount of time, but like she just about managed to take those extra couple of steps just before the strike, just to make sure. Well worth it. An extra bit of hard work, it really does end up being worth it in the end.
So we've got what we expected, which is a tie break to work out who's going to win this first set.
That was a super hold from Burridge, down love 30, just locked in, knew she had the weapons. If she just executed those serves, she was going to get her chances to finish, and done brilliantly.
Back to bite Raducanu there. She reacted afterwards thinking it was out, but no call and no overall from the line from the umpire. Burridge, mini break. On a strong cross court, forcing Raducanu into difficulty there. 2-0 for Burridge.
Yeah, after she got that big lean with the shoulders through the forehand like we talk about, also extending with the racket, just kind of that maximum penetration you can get off a big strike for Burridge. Whoever comes out on the losing side of the set, it's going to sting, because both really have played at such a high level. Too deep for Raducanu to get through her swing in time.
Nice healthy lead here.
Super response from Burridge. Remember the last game down love 30. Raducanu 2 points away.
Into the doubles alley. Into further trouble for Raducanu, and Burridge now with 2 more points coming up on her serve may clinch it here. Little fortune. She needs a bit of help perhaps right now, coming back into play off the net cord. Changing ends after the 6 points.
Really has just been some big hitting stuff, hasn't it? Baseline tennis at its finest. We've seen a few moves forward as well. Nice drive volleys from both players. Looking good up in the front section of the court, but I mean, this is all about pace and weight from the back of the court.
Still thinking perhaps about that early point. to return, but how well Burridge dealt with it.
That was really impressive.
Such a powerful shot from Raducanu. That's her frustration channeled into it with everything she had, but although Burridge was rocked on her heels, she dealt with it. Set points. Clean hit to finish the set in some style. Excellent work all week from Burridge, and a very tough opening set to this final. She emerges the winner of it, taking it on the tiebreak, 7 points to 1. And hopefully shortly we'll get a chance to hear her thoughts at this stage of this title decider. Also, we'll wait to see how Raducanu responds next, but Naomi's going to have a quick word very shortly with Jodie.
Hey Jodie, it's Cavs.
Hey, you alright?
Oh, how about that for a set, right? Big hitting stuff. What made the difference in that tiebreak? It was tight all the way through, and then you ran away with it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, tiebreak was a weird one. I was just really on it, and obviously first point there was that little. I mean, yeah, I didn't call the ball out, and I think Emma kind of lost a bit of focus with that, but I was just, really getting on every single ball and getting the first hit in before her.
So after winning a tight set like that, does that now make you feel like in the second you can open up a little bit more, that you've got that in the bank, or is it just more of the same?
I think more of the same, to be honest. I don't really think I can try to hit the ball any harder than I am, or try to do more than I am. But yeah, I just want to keep the same focus, same footwork, and same good attitude throughout the second.
All right, thanks very much, Jodie. Looking good.
Cheers.
Marcus, a thought from you on what next for these two? What might Raducanu do differently, if anything? It was so close, wasn't it?
I think she played such a good first set. I don't even think she played a bad tiebreak. It was a lot of Burridge winners, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So what can she do? She's playing very aggressively, very steadily. I mean, I don't think she should come out and take any more risks than she is.
Well, if it's as good as the first set, we're in for a good second.
Yep.
We've seen Raducanu recover from tough starts plenty before. Not that it was a tough start, it was a very good start from both players. A very close fought first set, but from a set down, that's what she's got to do again, to try and come back through this second and then play a match tiebreak to decide. But a long way from doing that just yet. She's got Burridge at love 30 again on the serve.
Yeah, and I think for Raducanu, I mean, I agree with Marcus, there's not a huge amount to change. I think life might be a little easier if she was able to get up the court a bit more with her feet, because we're seeing these blistering strikes, but she's a good meter behind the baseline for the most part. I mean, she's not too far back. Maybe that would make life a little easier. But the trouble is the level of pace. Look, Jodie said it, I can't hit it any harder. No. It's incredibly difficult to do, but if there's a way that she could maybe get into that sort of position, then opens up a bit more width, a bit more angle, and actually her shots will just penetrate that extra bit.
There's a lot riding on this match, isn't there? And every point now just feels bigger and bigger. Moments like that.
Now that's really got under Jodie's skin. Really frustrating at 15:30. You know, from her point of view, as she was saying, I was right there. I was able to play a shot. It wasn't like it was going to be a winner. I was in the rally. But umpire deciding that it was a wrong call.
Really well taken. Serve out wide. She can do that all day, it seems. She could certainly do with doing it right now, perhaps again, or finding another comprehensive way of taking a point, not allowing Raducanu really to get into it. But the teenager still with a break point.
So nicely done. Got to love
Wasn't
that
it?
back behind. And Raducanu trying to cover the down the line, and I think that's right, because that's Jodie's best shot. So at least make her play the one that is maybe her second best shot. So it's not really much of a choice, to be honest. But still, really nicely done by Jodie. And you know, look, when it comes to the line calls, you've got to remember we're playing at such a pace here, and they've had 1 overall each. So either one can be 2
how
unhappy.
spoiled we are when we're watching the main tour with, you know, Hawkeye and everything these days.
But they're not used to it. They don't have Hawkeye where they play. So they've just, well, they'd have some lines judges.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit easier when you've only got one line to focus on. But even then, you're going to have lines judges who are looking through the net. You're not going to have a full Wimbledon-style level of lines judges on your court. So, you know, mistakes are a part of it, as it is with any sport. Releasing the shoulders too early then, again, Raducanu. I love the intent, and I think she's so spot on with what she's trying to do. Just it's another occasion where those shoulders have just pulled across.
It's a smart play again, and considering how peeved she was earlier in this game, that some of the, you know, the classy plays that she's put on the court since then just show how, you know, good she is thinking despite the frustrations of doing the right things. And that was a clever little use of the drop shot, drawing her in, and then the volley back. Okay, I think she tagged her, but it wasn't meant.
No, smart play.
And after all that, it goes down as a hold. You know, just another hold of serve. But what we saw in that game, Marcus, was plenty.
That's impressive to bounce back the way she did. 2 third ball winners, 2 first serves. That's a really, really big hole for her, because had she lost that game under the circumstances, she could have, you know, it'd been tough mentally for her to bounce straight back after that.
Yep. They're the numbers on that first set, and as you can see, pretty much even all the way down each column there, side to side. It came down ultimately to the tie break, which Burridge was able to race away with after they were neck and neck for so much of the set. Raducanu, just a hint of irritation there on her expression after not managing to break through. Of course, Burridge broke her at the start of the contest. Raducanu did come back to level for 2-all. It's been a holds all the way since then.
For me, I think there are so many encouraging things in the Burridge game that we've been watching through the week, as there are with the Raducanu game. If we're thinking, I mean, fast forward 12 months down the line, where they're going to be. But for Burridge to be down, love 30 at 5-6, and then to lock into that service game like that, and then that last service game 15-40 with a bit of frustration as well with the situation. And then again to play almost perfectly to get herself out of that. It's something that's a little unusual for the bigger hitters, I think, in terms of the counter punchers tend to be so good on the crucial moments at just sorting themselves out and not allowing themselves to miss and let that ball get away with them. So really impressive from Burridge.
That one long. The previous one was good, but that just airing too far. Court from way back, cross court right into the left wing. Tough for Burridge from there.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of chat about line calls between the two of them. I mean, we're having conversations about it ourselves as well up here, but it just, the level has to be so good. They're having to play so close to the lines that these shots are kind of millimeters in or out so frequently. Super game from Raducanu. A couple of simpler points when she could get up into the blue with both of her feet. Again, I'm not saying it's an easy task for her to do that, because the strike from Burridge is pretty devastating. I think that would hold anyone back behind the baseline, but if there's a way for Raducanu to do it, she's got to take that opportunity.
Couldn't hang on to the last one, but the backhands from both during the rally. Incredible shots. It's just great to watch them mixing it like this.
Yeah, there's just no let up from either of them, is it? I mean, each one is earning the point, they're winning it. There's no, you know, there are no gifts going on, and cheap points. There's no unforced errors that are peppering things. Whether it will continue, could be some way to go yet. Love that return. She's done so well to move forward. It was jumping up to the shoulder. It was not easy at all, but fabulous technique from Raducanu. And because she knew she felt strong behind it, she could then really go through the back of it and make sure it went away for a winner. seen many shots like that from Burridge.
When they played on Thursday in the round robin, Box B, Burridge won the first set. Then she won it 6-3, but she lost the second, 6-2. Raducanu clearly with similar intentions here to get a breakthrough in the second set and hit right back, and she's got chances again with break points. Expect this return to come back a zillion miles an hour if she gets into it. Yeah, she tried to.
Great second serve there.
Getting more pressure for Burridge. It's the third service game in a row. She's been down by a couple of points and had to wrestle it back. She's done brilliantly to do that twice already, but she might get out of this one yet, but it's draining to keep putting herself under this pressure.
Good tee serve, wasn't it? Yeah, responding
once again. But Raducanu can take a lot of heart from that. She really is getting into these games, getting under Burridge's skin.
Just made it on the volley. Shaped up for that with enough angle to make sure it went over the net again. Could easily have popped it into the net. Once again, Jodie Burridge recovers really well from a perilous position on serve. Up a set, and she's now 2-1 ahead in the second set. Raducanu trying very hard indeed to level things up with Burridge, but Burridge very determined to just keep her advantage. Has hung on to some tough service games of late. Given a little extra time to just re-grip her rackets before coming back out for more. Approach, good depth in that corner. Asking a tough question of Raducanu.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because it doesn't really feel like Burridge is redlining at all. It feels like, yeah, she's going to keep doing this for the rest of the match, and Raducanu needs to try and find a way to muscle her way. And she's been knocking on the door. She's been so close the last few games. She's got to keep going with that. You've got to think surely she'll get a breakthrough. But that's nice, because sometimes with the big hitters, you know, you can have a day where it all goes in. But we've been watching Jodie for a few weeks now, and we know that this is her new level, and it's well above where she's ranked at 280. She's playing like a top 200 player and pulling that out consistently and in all different sorts of situations, as I think Raducanu is. For sure, I think she's grown a little more through the weeks, and from what we saw from her yesterday and today, put her in the same category already.
Now the hope must be that sooner rather than later they get the chance to compete elsewhere and really take this form into those kind of contests to improve their level even further. The worry is that, as great as this format is, and it has been well received all round, players, organisers, people watching it, that it'll stall again because of lockdown. I think it's the same for everybody. Same for so many situations for people in sport. Jodie's boyfriend Ben plays for Leicester Tigers rugby. They were back in action yesterday, but they didn't come up with a win. They were beaten by Exeter. She'll be hoping for bragging rights tonight when she goes back home, but that has missed the mark. And again, Raducanu, an early lead on the Burridge service game.
Tell you that it took a while, but Marcus has got his popcorn out.
Has
He's
he?
enjoying it.
He's back in training tomorrow, though. He's making the most.
Popcorn's
of today.
not bad for you. Popcorn's a great snack.
And all other good suppliers, yeah.
But I think this match is worthy of a bit of popcorn. Share it around, Marcus. Fourth service game in a row for Burridge down.
again, facing break points.
Definitely the time for popcorn.
She's got what she's been after for a while and very nearly grabbed previously, but now with a breakthrough, it is Raducanu who does lead set number 2. We'll see if she can build on that next, but back to the chair. A few seconds to consider what next, and certainly be pleased that she has managed to do some damage now to the Burridge serve. 3-2 in the second set. Only 17 years of age, Emma Raducanu is determined to put her name in lights. She's got herself this shot at the title, and she's got herself now a stronger position in this second set. Serve, I wondered if it was wrong, but Burridge played it, obviously hit a very good return. There was no call against the serve, and yet Raducanu, I think, thought that she would be hitting a second serve rather than having to hit a first one now at love 15. Joining court, Beth Gray, who had that battle a couple of days ago with Raducanu. She's up a set, 7-5 and 1-love against Sonny Kartal. Driven home. Just in an instant, flicking it the other side, changing the direction. Absolutely nails this.
Just been loving the attitude from Raducanu through this match, because Jodie's been playing fantastically well. This has been such a high quality match. She was just so close, and all she's been trying to do is say, okay, well, I need to play better. I'm going to play better. I'm going to keep putting that pressure on. As I say, it took 4 attempts really to finally get that breakthrough. Often when you play matches, your opponent, especially if your opponent's a bit more experienced, a bit older, like this sort of situation, they sort of set the level, and it's up to you as to how you respond and how you improve and step up. And the requirements for Raducanu on this court to compete or to end up beating Burridge are so demanding But she's just taking it on. She's just saying, okay, well, I'm just going to do my best to get to the level that is required to win this match. And if she ends up falling a little short, like she did when they played earlier in the event, then you know, she'll learn from that and improve like she always does.
Hitting, just total belief in what she's applying to the ball there.
And she's finding a way to get up the court. She got up the court quite a few shots earlier than this last one. Could dictate from there, and it just hurts Jodie that little extra bit.
She's obviously come through brilliantly this week to get to this final, Naomi, but for those people perhaps who don't watch a lot of the British juniors, or indeed at this level coming through, is she the absolute standout for her age in the British game?
Yeah, pretty comfortably, I think, to be honest. In terms of the teenagers coming through, pretty much the focus is on Raducanu, has been for a couple of years now. It was the right shot, one she liked the look of.
And on the men's side, just going back to that sort of in terms of teens, late teens, Jack Draper.
Yeah, Jack Draper, well, he's pretty outstanding even on a global scale. He's right up at the top for his age group. Anton Matusevic, a little bit behind him, same age, similar age.
Devastating shot off this ball.
But it's not all about age when it comes down to it. We've seen many players kind of break through very young and then struggle. Yeah, she's definitely made a deliberate choice to stick up more to the baseline now and just soak up that pace by getting down lower. I think that's a real benefit for her. But I mean, even for Burridge, okay, she's a few years older at 21, but she's had so much time out with ankle surgery. She's pretty underdone when it comes to competing. So you almost feel like she's sort of an 18, 19-year-old getting to where she is. She's had so many interruptions in her career already.
Good job there are no line judges.
I was going to say, Burridge is enjoying the new rules. No ball kids, no line judges to worry about. Just a curtain. Can't get in trouble for that.
Well, this might all but decide the second set for Raducanu here. She gets another break. Good play again from Raducanu, the teenager, just lapping it all up. I mean, they weren't easy balls necessarily to get to and hit as well back as she did, but boy, did they come back. And she is indeed up 5-2, almost there in terms of taking this second set. just got to find something a bit more now to douse the flames coming from the other side. Raducanu is right on this at the moment. Look at that. Smack in the corner. Fine return, too far with the second shot. Right on target. Another bullseye from Emma Raducanu. And she has 3 set points. What clean hitting of the ball. Raducanu saying, okay, I've got my A game now really on song, going into what will be a match tie-break to decide the outcome of this women's final. Excellent stuff from the teenager, and Burridge needs to find something a little more herself after Raducanu grabs the set. 6 games to 2. Let's very shortly hopefully have a word with her. To catch her breath, put the headset on, and Naomi can talk to her now.
Hey Rada, it's Cavs.
Hey.
Hey, how about that for a second set? I mean, it was a strong marker put down by Jodie in the first, but you responded well. What did you do differently?
I think that the level throughout the match has been quite high. Like, we're both having quite long rallies, and yeah, she came out on some important ones in the first set at some key moments, and I think there wasn't much in the first set. Second set, I just tried to stay in it and, yeah, take it one at a time.
You've been putting the Jodie Burridge serve under a lot of pressure through this second set. You were up on quite a number of occasions before you did finally make the breakthrough. Have you found that you're now reading the serve a bit better or feeling more comfortable?
Well, when I went up in the beginning of the second set, she was just coming back with like 2 or 3 unreturnables, so I'd say I'm just trying my best, but you know, it's quite unpredictable.
All right, thanks, Emma. Good one.
Well, it comes down to this. Who is going to walk away with first prize? And check for $20,000. The runner-up will receive $15,000. It's about the title right now for these two. And having produced a final of such quality already, hopefully we are about to witness something spectacular in conclusion. It will be Burridge to start the match tie-break. Of course, she won the last one they played. And she starts with a good serve.
It's one of the biggest serves she's hit in the match.
Oh. Very close to the corner of that box, but a great serve to begin. Consider the problems she'd had on serve in that second set, not making good starts to games on serve. Well, that was a cracking beginning to this match tiebreak by her. angle Raducanu produces in the middle of that fierce rally, something special again. And although Burridge got to the ball, she couldn't control ultimately where it went. And Marcus, how impressed have you been by Raducanu's hitting, particularly in that second set coming into this tiebreak?
So accurate, taking it early. Didn't change too much after the first set, apart from, yeah, as Amy said, taking the ball a bit closer to the baseline, staying low. But she was piling pressure on Burridge's serve, like most games, and eventually, you know, even though she got herself out of trouble, Jodie, a few times, at some point you're going to crack.
That first set obviously was a standard tiebreak that Burridge went through very quickly, but now the longer version, imagine it will be very close to the finish line. Just having to hit a ball back to the other court. And now we are ready to resume. 1-1. Been a while since she's missed a shot like that.
Yeah, I don't think she really gave Burridge anything in that second set. No gifts on offer. Went big.
Yeah, perhaps just suddenly showing a bit of nervous tension, anxiety, trying to get back the deficit. Burridge, the one who won in the round robin in their match tie break, getting a good lead in this one now.
That's 3 unforced errors in a row from Raducanu, and I don't think we saw any shots like that really in the second at all, so a marked change.
Yeah, 10-6 on Thursday that she clinched it. 4-1 up now on this Sunday afternoon.
That's a 4th in a row. Sort of a basic rallying ball there. Okay, yeah, it was good depth, it was good quality from Burridge. It wasn't an easy shot for Raducanu, but you should be expecting to find the court with.
What can we glean from those numbers? Obviously, Raducanu finally making the breakthroughs that she had been so close to doing, knocking on the door vigorously, loudly through the Burridge service games, and eventually did break twice to take command of it. But right now, that's it. Well, that is obviously history. It's all about this current position that she's in, which is not a good one. 1-5 down as they change ends for the first time in the match tie break.
up to that ball. It dropped a little lower than she was anticipating, ended up reaching for it. Again, something you've not really seen from her. She's looked so sharp, body weight leaning forward, right up on the baseline. That wouldn't have caught her out before.
Pushed her back brilliantly there. I mean, Burridge coming forward, short ball, but doesn't put it away, has to retreat, and straight away, Marcus Raducanu sees that and exploits the situation.
Very, very good. Took it nice and early. Never looked like she's going to miss that. And kept herself in the tiebreak. 7-2 would have been very, very tough. 6-3 is doable.
Well played. Again, able to really open up things. Use the full width of the court. Burridge coming back as quickly as she can, but unable to do any more than that to that last ball. Can she close the gap even more? Oh, can she? That's a sumptuous combination. Just again, the way she really gets down to the ball and makes sure of the stroke, as you said, being able to take it on, coming back with pace, but because she's down right behind it, she can get that swing through.
Yeah, I mean, Burridge did. I mean, she hit the perfect return. I mean, to go across the body into that right hip and force that off shot, that's the most difficult shot for Raducanu to play there, and she's just done that with ease, really, just getting down so low. Good.
Well, I felt it was a big moment in the match, having come back as far as she has, and now she's leveled up. Raducanu, Burridge missing the forehand. And what next from these two? They've given everything to the cause today, as you'd expect in the final, and you'd hope to see that they could still live up to the billing of this title decider. And we haven't been disappointed, far from it. It's been a very, very powerful, fiercely contested match. And nobody's got an idea who's going to win it, have we?
No, and again, it's the quality. It's whoever's going to produce the quality. It's been there's been such a fabulous match. This exactly what we were looking for in the final. And I think, to be honest, it's incredibly impressive, but it's not that surprising based on what we've seen from Burridge and Raducanu through the week. And that's as big a compliment as I can give them. Yeah. It's a phenomenal level, but this is what I was looking forward to today.
How important is this point for Burridge, particularly after Raducanu has recovered from 1-5 down to even it up, 6 points all. That was tight. She didn't release the shot. And now you can see her sensing her feeling the pressure. Raducanu might just roll on from here to the title. No fans allowed in, of course, but it really does feel incredibly tense right now. We're all waiting, wondering what next. Another mistake from Burridge. Really a ball that earlier in the match you would have expected to come back strongly. pressure on the scoreboard now. And the situation in the match so close, perhaps, to its conclusion. Raducanu at 8-6. 2 more points required for her. That wide. Oh.
Just that over rotation coming in with a little bit of tightness there. It was there to be struck.
Burridge again to serve, back on serve. It's still a point behind. Very good point. Doing it absolutely right down the middle with the serve and a strong second shot. Well, one of these two will get to championship point in a moment, but which one of them?
It's a fairly big point, this one.
Well, it's gone right down to the wire, but down into the net from Burridge, and that could be fatal for her hopes in this final. It is match point for the youngest player of the week. 17-year-old Emma Raducanu is up 9-8 now and poised for what would be an excellent conclusion to the series. Brilliant win for her if she can nail this now to avenge the loss in the round-robin stage to Burridge. Her moment comes right here. The teenager takes it. Raducanu is the champion. Burridge beaten in the end and bitterly disappointed. The racket's gone flying. She's so upset to have lost that ultimately. But she has to acknowledge that Raducanu pipped her to the post in the end and has taken the title here. And now you can sense a bit of emotion in there. We'll get her reaction in due course. But she's just off to pick up the towel, come back to her chair and really take stock of what she's achieved. Matt James there alongside, a few words from him. And, well, what a player at 17 to have done what she's done this week. Burridge beat her to top the group in the round robin, but come the final match, it has gone the other way, and Jodie Burridge runner-up. It is Emma Raducanu who has claimed the title so impressively. She's done it 6-7, 6-2, 10-8. Naomi, your thoughts?
Are just so impressive from Raducanu through this week. I mean, I've known her since she was young and always known what she's been capable of, but particularly today and yesterday, to see the game and the weapons that she's got just come together with such clarity and such a tremendous attitude on the court, right up against it, just relishing the challenge. You know, she was down after losing that first set 7-6. And just responded through the second, just got better and better, and just huge credit to her. It's been fantastic to watch, and you know, it's a tough break for Burridge, but we knew this match could go either way, and I think both of these players did as well, and this time it went for Emma.
And Marcus, I mean, it's been a great conclusion to the week.
Amazing, yeah, we're all looking forward to this one. One of those things, isn't it? It could have gone either way.
Yeah, you feel for
Emma
Jodie.
played a fantastic second set, but then Jodie started running away with a tiebreak, 6-2 up. Got a little tight 8-all, good defence from Emma, and then
yeah, the way Raducanu's
could have gone anywhere,
come back again. I mean, twice in the match to do that for somebody so young, but obviously such talent, and just to see it through like that. Well, I would imagine that we'll see a lot more of both of them in due course. And very shortly we can hand you over, I think, to Marcus Buckland for the presentation. Well, one or two technical issues just to be sorted out, so we'll come back to the commentary box briefly and just reflect on what's gone on here. I mean, Raducanu just now really taking stock of the conclusion to the week for her. And of course, we've still got the men's final to follow on, which should also be highly entertaining and very closely fought. Liam Brody against Ryan Peniston will be the matchup. But that's to come. Let's get the trophy presentation now for the women's final, and let's join Marcus Buckland.
Well, what a fantastic final. So exciting that the microphones temporarily broke down because everybody was engaged until the final point of that fluctuating tiebreak. It could have gone either way. Ultimately, it went to the talented 17-year-old teenager Emma Raducanu, and we'll have a word with her in just a moment. But first of all, there's always a winner. There has to be a runner-up as well. She should be very proud of her achievements. And Jodie, if you'd come up and just have a few words with us. A tremendous effort to make it as far as the final, and you were so close to winning it as well. Just talk us through the match from your perspective.
Probably not a good idea to talk about it right now. But no, I mean, first set, I played pretty well. I think my energy was pretty good, and I played quite a clean tiebreak at the end to take it. And then I think 2-1, I actually kind of felt my back go a little bit, and then energy dropped, was just kind of thinking about that. And I think Emma stepped her level up as well. And then the tiebreak, I don't even want to talk about the tiebreak. I basically just handed it to her. So.
Okay, yeah, we won't talk about the tiebreak in that case. And obviously, it's a disappointing end to the week for you. But all the players here appear to have enjoyed themselves so much. When you look back after having got over this disappointment, what are your memories going to be of this UK Pro Series?
Yeah, I mean, it's been so fun to play, and I just want to say thank you to everyone who's put it on. John Sultan, because it's been such an opportunity for all of us players in a time like this to actually play competitive matches, and it's been very decent cash, and everyone here has been lovely. So yeah, I'm really grateful that I got the opportunity to play 2 of these weeks.
Okay, well I hope you enjoy spending some of that decent cash. A tremendous effort to make it through to the final. Normally we have a big round of applause. Now, of course, we can get a small round of applause. There we go. Jodie Burridge, our runner-up, but our champion, the 2020 UK Pro Series champion, as Jodie takes the runner-up silver platter, is 17-year-old Emma Raducanu. Emma, congratulations. You came from a set down, you came from a sizable deficit down in that master tiebreak. How did you do it in the end?
Yeah, I thought, I don't know if this works, but...
it should do, I hope it does.
I thought that me and Jodie played a really high level throughout the first set. It was so competitive, and yeah, it could have gone either way, to be honest. In the tiebreak, I thought she played very clean, and yeah, I made a few loose errors, so that was the first set, but I've had a few three-setters this week where I've actually come back and taken the second set, so I always had that in my mind, and I thought that I started playing a bit more aggressively, and then in the tiebreak, yeah, it was just up and down. I mean, it could have gone either way towards the end of it, but yeah, me and Jodie have played about 5 times in the last month and a half, and today, you know, I was lucky enough to get it, but I'm sure there'll be many more matches where, you know, either of us and she will come through as well.
Yeah, I think you've won 3 of the 5 in the last few weeks, and it's 3 apiece overall. For someone of such tender years, your maturity on the court is quite extraordinary. Has that always been a strength for you?
No. Well, no. When I was younger, when I was about 10 years old, I remember playing a grade 1 in Bournemouth, and I think I was like on the floor crying. So I definitely developed it as I got older, but I've just learned it's the best way for me, and sometimes I look a bit slow, but yeah, I'm just dealing with the pressure and the nerves.
Yeah, well, you've looked pretty fast and pretty impressive this weekend, beating Harriet Dart yesterday, and now Jodie. And just before you get your hands on the pineapple, everyone's going to start looking ahead. What can you achieve? Where can you get to in terms of UK and world rankings? What sort of plan and targets have you set for yourself?
I think at the moment it's difficult to plan a schedule because of the situation being so uncertain, but I think the LTA and everyone here, all of the organisers, have done such an amazing job of putting this week on, but also the past few weeks on, for us to play competitive tennis, so then hopefully when the tour does resume, we get straight in and we don't need to shake off the rust, and then we can shoot up through the rankings.
Yeah, well, we wish you all the best, and hopefully you'll be back next year to defend your title. But can you please, with great respect, cherish the pineapple, because you are the 2020 UK Pro Series champion. And what a battle. After 6 weeks of competitive action, we came down to that thrilling final set tiebreak, and it goes to Emma by 10 points to 8. So she can celebrate and spend a bit of cash as well afterwards. We will take a short break, and then we'll be back for the men's final. One, two, three. Hello, hello. Yeah. Well, what glorious surroundings for this inaugural event that is effectively the Premier League of British tennis. 504 matches will have been played in total, featuring 69 players over 6 weeks, which have led to this afternoon's finals. And we've already enjoyed an absolute classic involving Jodie Burrage and Emma Raducanu. A total of $540,000 has been up for grabs, and despite the unpredictability of the British summer, everything has run like clockwork, thanks to the superb indoor facilities at the club and the staff who have supported the venture magnificently in collaboration with the LTA. So we know who the women's champion is very shortly. We will find out who comes out on top in the men's final. It's a battle of two lefties. Liam Brodie, who showed real guts to come from a set down in his semi-final yesterday against James Ward. And a young man in Ryan Peniston, who also came from a set down in his semi-final to make it through to today's showpiece event. And they'll be walking onto court very shortly. Marcus Willis, I hope, will be joining me in a moment as well to look ahead to what should be a pretty hard-hitting battle. And Brodie in particular has talked about the need to go to the trenches this week to show guts and determination, and he'll certainly need all of that against an opponent who has grown in strength and belief. He appeared in the Battle of the Brits at the NTC a few weeks ago and felt perhaps just a little out of his comfort zone to begin with, but he's been able to play so many matches since then, and that's why he's through to this event. And well, the two players know that after 6 weeks of battle, so many matches, so many ups and downs, it will come down to the next 90 minutes or 2 hours, and one of them will go home with the other magnificent Pineapple Trophy, which means so much, stretching back to its Victorian roots, and for the other it's going to be a case of so near and yet so far. But certainly the way they both played yesterday suggests that irrespective of what happens early on, this could easily be as tight as the match that we have just seen. Marcus is loitering in the background. Do come through to join me, otherwise I'll start talking to myself. What a fantastic women's final, first of all. Do you expect the men to produce something as close and as exciting?
I hope so. Yeah, no, I'm sure it'll be a very good match. They're both playing very well this week. Saw the semi-finals yesterday, both very entertaining. Both came from a set down. Played a few weeks ago, Battle of the Brits. It was a close one there. Lots of drama there. So more of the same today, please.
Yeah, well, we certainly had enough drama in that ladies' final. Just in terms of maintaining your concentration when things go against you, of course, one of the things we've all had to become used to, Marcus, is players calling their own lines, which I guess can be a bit distracting. Perhaps a couple of times in that last match, there were moments when neither player knew what was happening. Well, somehow you've got to be able to forget about that and deal with all the other issues that a tennis match brings you.
Yeah, I think it was difficult at the start, especially first week. We were a bit unclear about what was going on, but we're used to it now. You've got a split second to call it. Sometimes you'll make a mistake. That's what the umpire's here to help with. It shouldn't, you know, it's no big deal. There'll be a couple of tight ones and a couple of talking points, but I quite enjoy it.
Yeah, I think we all do. It's something different. And you know both these players very well, as the coin toss takes place just behind us. First of all, in terms of playing against Liam Brodie, what's the hardest thing about competing against him?
Obviously his lefty serve is pretty tricky, he traps you up, and then more than that, it's his relentless sort of pressure he puts on you. He gets into moods where it looks like he's never going to miss. Flat backhand, takes it early, moves you around with that. Sort of heavy forehand, and as an opponent you feel, actually, I mean, how am I going to get points? I'm going to have to go for winners, I'm going to hope he misses. And I think it's quite easy to overpress against him when he's moving and playing like he is. So you've just got to, you know, pick your shots. I've won some against Liam. I've lost probably a couple more, but it's always makes you feel, you know, it's never an easy match ever.
He's a charismatic individual. He was heavily involved in all the banter during the Battle of the Brits at the NTC. Does that mean if you beat him, you get extra satisfaction from the success?
Yeah, well, I guess so, but it's probably temporary because you're going to play him again at some point, aren't you? So with playing other Brits, it's always good in that moment to try and win, but yeah, you can't get too ahead of yourself because that will give him something to want to beat you next time.
Pride comes before
extra.
A fall, doesn't it? Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And in Ryan Penniston, a young man who not too many people knew too much about up until a couple of months ago, but he seems to have really developed not just his game, but also his self-belief on stages like this.
Yeah, he's a cracking player. He's always been pretty gifted. Probably used to be a little bit passive back in the day, but he's worked on his game. I played him a few weeks ago. He's again very, very quick, consistent. But when he does come in, he comes in very quickly. So unless you hit a decent pass, then the ball's gone. So he's got that ability to step in as well, and he returns very well. So
and most people will know his backstory, the fact that he suffered as a child. He had cancer when he was only 1 year of age, so yeah, he had to go through an awful lot then, and I just wonder if perhaps that's a help to him now. When you've dealt with something as serious as that at such a young age, then you should be able to deal with whatever you have to when you're playing tennis, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's, you know, it's much more serious than what we're doing now, so I guess he's a very strong individual, and yeah, that certainly helps, I'm sure. But yes, as I said, it's look at him warming up his volleys now. Look.
I can sense you want to be out there watching this up close. You want to be one of those two players again.
Yeah, well, I tried, but it didn't quite work out. Not this year. Next year, maybe.
Maybe next year. Okay, come on. You're here to tell us who's going to win and why. Who and why?
Oh, I'm going to say Liam because he came from a set and a breakdown yesterday, and he's winning a lot of tight matches at the moment. Ryan's lost a few tight ones and won a few tight ones, but Liam significantly more, I believe.
Yeah, Ryan did come from a set down as well yesterday, of course.
But not a break as well.
Okay, so that's the difference.
Don't know.
Marcus?
I honestly, I've no idea. I don't know. I wouldn't call this if I were.
Well, you have now, and we'll remind you afterwards whether you
God,
got it right or wrong.
I got 2 wrong yesterday, 2 out of 2, so here's the hat-trick.
You're not going to get paid in that case. Marcus will head up to the commentary box despite his appalling predictions, and waiting for him there already are Naomi Cavaday and Barry Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Buckland. Perhaps we should get Marcus Buckland to give us his prediction. We should. Anyway, Naomi, I'm not going to ask you for yours just yet. Maybe I'll throw it at you just before the match. But in terms of the match-up, obviously 2 lefties, and I know you're loving that.
Oh, maximum leftiness is what's my favourite. But yeah, it just adds a totally different dimension to it. And because the thing is that a lot of players find playing lefties irritating because you don't see it so often. But when you are one of the lefties that are in the draw, because there aren't many, maybe there's 2 or 3 in each particular draw, but when you are one of them, you play lefties even less than everybody else. Well, that's how it feels anyway. So, you know, people would always come up to me and say things like, oh, God, I just hate playing lefties. And I say, yeah, I do too. I know I am a lefty, but I hate it as well. So, yeah, it does definitely add a bit of a different dimension for the pair of them. But, yeah, it should be a cracking match.
Well, let's hope it is, and they have certainly enjoyed very strong weeks this week for Liam to just pip the rest to the top of box A in the round robin, and for Ryan to come first in his group as well. We have the 2 group winners coming through yesterday's semi-finals, albeit tough matches they were, but now for their shot at the main title. A lot of energy, a lot of speed on the court, no doubt, and some craft and skill. We saw Liam Broady yesterday. His early struggles, he perhaps wasn't really committing enough on the shot, but when he finally did, you know, those forehands, I think, whipping through, you know, driving through the ball, getting his weight right through the shot, then he really started to make an impression, and ultimately that helped him turn it around.
Yeah, his aggressive tennis was superb. The more neutral position, as you were saying, as trying to get into that aggressive position, was just a little iffy to begin with, but then he settled down and it looked really nice. I thought it was a really high level from him. You know, it's been tough going for him, I think, over the few weeks. He's been competing a lot. He's had some ups and downs, as a lot of players have had, and he's had some performances he wasn't particularly happy with, and some tough breaks as well. But you know, important that he's been able to bounce back and bounce back strongly. And I thought the semi-final was a great performance.
And so to this guy who came through against Dan Cox, 10-7 in the match tiebreak. He lost the first, but then raced through the second set to love, and has earned his tilt at the title now as a result of that match tie-break success against Dan Cox. Dan Cox, who was beaten today in another match tie-break by James Ward in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Wardy eventually succumbing, of course, to Liam Brodie in the first of the semis, but now it is to the final, and it is Ryan Peniston to start. The 3-1 lead in the head-to-heads for Liam Brodie. Peniston won their first meeting though last year in a futures event in straight sets. And twice in this UK Pro Series, and also in the Battle of the Brits too, that Brodie managed to win through, and each time it was a match tie-break to sort it out. Brodie's success this year indoors: 21 wins, 8 losses. Peniston 14 wins, 13 defeats. It has been more of a roller coaster, an up and down run for him, but ultimately on the up, coming into this final. Both 6 foot tall, so not giants of the sport, but sufficient height and good speed. And after his experience over the last few weeks, at least that Battle of the Brits involvement with the very best of British men's game, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Andy Murray, Dan Evans, Carl Evans, those kind of guys, Cam Norrie. He does feel, and rightly so, that he's not too far away from giving them a very good run for their money when he's got his best form on the court as well.
Sorry, I was just
He
going to say.
played Kyle, didn't he, and Cam in that event, and again, it was match tie-breaks. I mean, he was at the time sick of them, I think, because he lost, what, 4 in a row that week.
Yeah, and then came here and lost a couple more, so
yeah.
It was 6 in a row in total, I think. But for Peniston, what was so interesting was that everyone who was he played against who was ranked so much higher than he is, he really pushed them. And I think he's showing that he's got the level in him that is above his ranking for sure. And his rank, he's basically slashed his ranking in half last year, from outside 600 to where he is now. So huge progress for him. And it was just such a shame that he couldn't quite convert any of those into wins. I think that was quite difficult for him until he played James Ward and was able to get that W on the board. But I mean, testing himself, I mean, against the best of British, day in, day out, really challenging them. And there was only ever a couple of points in it, so really good news for Peniston moving forward. It's one of those things where after each one of those matches there are so many positives to take, but once you get to number 4 or number 5, you get pretty fed up of taking the positives out of a loss. You just want the win. It doesn't really matter.
in behind the return, applying pressure that way, and Brodie buckles with a shot into the net.
Two pretty flat backhands out here. Both strong shots. Both like to take it early. Shorts, take backs as well. Talking a little bit about the forehand of Brodie and how good it was when he was being aggressive, and so much of that is to do with, well, if you're going to be aggressive, you have to fully commit, you have to release the hand through. All those sorts of little decisions and executional matters are made for you. That's what really, I think, made the difference. Any slight bit of hesitation or passiveness coming in, and then it just can get a little disjointed because it doesn't all flow.
Great serve and volley, swinging lefty serve, albeit to another left-hander, but straight in, flew in behind this to meet that ball above the height of the net and redirect it for a winner. Good variation with the lefty serves. It just takes a little while in a match often to track it down. It's just it's all coming from a different angle, and the tells that you're looking for in terms of the ball toss placement, the shoulders, it's all of course reversed from playing a righty, and sometimes it just takes a little while to get to grips with those angles. Brilliant response. The counter punch from Brodie there. No surprise that he's on his toes jogging across after this, because Peniston hits a fine shot himself. It seems like it might win the point. No way. Just so good from Brodie. Boy, has he sharpened up over this series.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. When he is aggressive on the forehand with full commitment, it has just looked brilliant as a shot.
Break point. After it again, but too much that time. Trying to land the first really significant combination of punches here to get a breakthrough. Not just yet.
I feel like as these weeks have gone on, Brodie's sort of attitude and swagger on the court, it's just honed in. He looks like he's on a mission in this match, and each match he's played, he's just more and more focused. Usually pretty positive with himself at the back of the court. He often is just urging himself on.
Toe-to-toe, teeing off on the forehands.
That was a big injection of pace, and seemingly out of nowhere. There wasn't a big wind-up or huge load. It was all racket head speed.
Peniston, very precise with power as well. It was a real test for him, but he has the answers ultimately and doesn't allow Brodie to get the early break. So Peniston back in his seat, 2-1 up first set. Again, Brodie coming out sharply from the back of the court, behind the serve, and getting up the court to finish off nicely, neatly at the net.
It's good to see Brodie, so knuckled down. I mean, there's been a lot of an element that Brodie's been enjoying the past few weeks as well. I think he's been excited to be back on court, and these great events to be playing. But seeing him so focused like this is great. He's talked a lot about his mental struggles over the past few years, and that he maybe lost his focus a bit and was still working hard, but just maybe not prioritising as much as he should. He seems to be right back at that. Oh, it's a lefty swing.
And of course, his elder sister Naomi, who's been a big part of this. We saw her in action today. Ultimately couldn't win that match against Emily Appleton, but she's given heart and soul over the last few weeks. Liam gets the game, but I was going to add that saw Naomi after that match earlier today, just before she left the complex, and she was, I said to her, well, day off tomorrow finally. She said, no, training. I mean, it's relentless, isn't it? And
oh yeah.
I mean, she was so tired. It's understandably from all the battles of the past few weeks, the successes, a few tough moments like she had today, perhaps, when she was really, a match too far for her, I think, physically today. But knowing that, you just can't sort of step away for any length of time, that you have to put in the hard yards, both on the practice court as well as the match court, to get to the level. Yeah,
it's an incredibly demanding sport in terms of the volume that you need to put out. It's a decision-making based sport. You can only really learn those lessons with kind of getting it wrong, and to get it wrong you need to get out on court.
Again, it comes out so cleanly on the front foot. He really has scored impressively with that kind of shot. Player in that kind of form, he just would love to be able to bottle that kind of attack again and again and use it whenever you want. Of course, it doesn't work out like that. Life gets in the way, doesn't it? Form fluctuates, but he knows he is capable of it. Peniston again being put under some pressure on the serve. Well, it would have been dazzling had he made that.
Nice try. I genuinely think he couldn't have done much else.
No, that was the most, perhaps the easiest, well, if there was an easy shot, but the only shot he could attempt. Came back so fast, right at him.
The easiest shot was
I know, that wasn't
was
quite the phrase, was it? Yeah.
I've never found that easy.
And that is where Brodie strikes. He's been hunting it down. He's been going very hard at Peniston's game, and that is sufficient that time to break through. He leads by 3 games to 2. Trying to go full force again, very animated, very aggressive in his mode, Brodie, but sometimes, as we've seen from his sister Naomi, that aggression doesn't have the full control required, and he's in a bit of a jam here. After breaking through, he's love 30 on his own serve. Brodie aware of Peniston charging forward there and able to catch him out with a wider reply.
They're not happy with that miss. Just not quite in the right position. Ball was a little bit more across him than he thought, so he ended up being a little jammed. Lefty body serve into the right hip. Peniston trying to take it early and look to come forwards, but you've got to get out of the way of it first, and just a little misjudgment there.
To volley again and again, moving so sharply to each one. Just redirects, and Peniston chasing in vain.
Liam there looking over his shoulder like he's getting chased.
Yeah.
Just skipped off that sideline there from Peniston. It's a flat backhand and just shooting through. It's been a really strong start for Brodie particularly. Just a little more offensive than Peniston on the whole, and it's paying off for him in general. It's not really like Peniston's done much wrong. Using the pace of the return to great effect, hitting it back with that angle. You saw how it shot through. It's a great lefty play, that as well. Just getting that whip around the outside, get the angle. Oh, lasso up and over the head as well, Rafa style. Yep. Why not? Lefty flourish.
Rafa-esque in the way he came forward and just drove through the flat backhand.
He is fired up for this one.
He sure is.
Good hold there.
From Peniston's point of view, though, Marcus, anything you'd want him to add, do differently?
No, I think he's asking the right questions there. The return at 15:30 took early and came in. Just needed to be a bit better. So it's just a case of sharpening up his shots, but yeah, he can't sit back and let Liam dictate in the same way. He needs to be making moves himself, for sure.
Quality hitting there. Yeah, I agree with Marcus. And I think for Peniston, the most likely way to get on top of the point that will be effective against Liam is probably just with that movement, the positioning. He's incredibly quick around the court. He's got great footwork as well. And he's got short, compact swings, so he can absorb that pace from up the court, try and get those feet up inside. That'll create some more width for him as well. Be aggressive in that way. He's not the sort of player that's going to come out and slam the ball around. Liam licking his lips at that one, right in the slot. So plenty plenty of big forehands. No joy on that occasion.
Doubt in the way he set up for that and struck the ball. The commitment total.
Yeah, there's more pace from Brodie. There's better positioning from Brodie. He's more inside the court. He's leaning through his shots more. Things really starting to go his way. That's got to be as hard as he could possibly hit his forehand. Just absolutely demolished it cross court.
See if he can batter another one to get another break. And he does exactly that. This time the cross court just got his feet really well organised, big strides across and beautifully set up to hit this excellent winner and go 5-2 ahead in this first set. Brodie is very much in charge of this now. Liam Brodie on a mission, and boys now trying to take this first set. 35 minutes gone, already up 5-2. In the adjoining court, Henry Patton is a set-up against Luke Johnson in their playoff match. 9th and 10th positions. Peniston finally showing his frustrations. We said it in the women's final when Jodie Burrage got rather exasperated and slammed the ball into the back. It's a good job that because of COVID we don't have the lines people here or the ball kids. drawing another blank, it seems, in trying to break down the Brodie service game. Liam with 3 set points. Trying to flick it past him, but he's gone wide, and Brodie, shake of head, calling it out. The call confirmed, and it is his first set. Very impressive one from the guy who won his group and who has done really well through the series. But just think he's going to take his leave of the court, is he? Yeah, I think he might be going to change a wristband. Yeah, he's going to move away briefly, and that leaves Ryan Peniston to have a little more time thinking about the situation, but I'm not sure there was a whole lot, Naomi, that he could have done about that, because Brodie's game really on fire.
One of the best sets I've seen from Brodie since his return to tennis. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. It has been a little up and down for him over the weeks, but he's just got better and better, and as I say, just approaching this match like a man on a mission. No distractions, nothing whatsoever apart from quality tennis, and he's been chipping away at that match after match, trying to get the volume and use these events to the best of his abilities, and looking absolutely brilliant out there. I mean, yeah, you got to feel for Peniston a little bit. He was on the wrong end of pretty much all of it in terms of, you know, just not being able to get on the front foot. Low first serve percentage causing him all sorts of issues. And Brodie getting that second serve, kicking up to the backhand of Peniston. He hasn't quite managed to time that right. So he's not been able to get on Brodie's second, but a quality set, so Peniston will have to change something.
Marcus, what do you make of Brodie at this level? I mean, this is something, you know, that we've wanted to see, and I think what's come through that first set, both of you talking about the focus of the guy, that he really has found it over these last few weeks.
The difference I see today is he's more fired up. He's really going after. I've seen him play like this before. Saw him play Adrian Manarino in Knoxville a few years ago. He ended up losing the match, but the tennis was phenomenal. That's as good as it gets. I mean, fantastic set. He's on top of Ryan in every category, I think.
Yeah. Does Ryan have it in him, though, to turn this around today if Brodie keeps that level?
Of course. He got close in one of Liam's service games early on. He's not quite putting enough first serves in the court at the moment, so that can improve. And a couple of returns that he's missed, yeah, maybe he wouldn't normally. So, yeah, he can definitely improve and ask more questions. Match is far from over.
The second set, then, about to get underway. Peniston will certainly have thought about that, I'm sure. The first serve percentage, the need to do better with the serve to prevent Brodie tucking into it as he did as that first set developed.
I mean, this might just be one of those days for Peniston.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he was a little in the slot, and you could expect it to be dealt with, but I mean, like that, just again, destroyed it into the corner. Just shows the sort of mood Brodie's in. And the thing is I think for Peniston, he would be thinking that his game, you know, it could match up okay, that the forehand from Brodie is the shot that can be a little in and out. When it's on, it's fabulous. But he does go through those periods of time. We saw that early in the week when he lost to Billy Harris, where it just kind of went away from him. We saw these big misses that looked quite uncomfortable. So for Peniston thinking, okay, my game goes into that wing, I can try and pepper it. But, I mean, it's in such a good rhythm. I don't think anything's going to disrupt it in this situation. So he's going to have to try and come up with something else.
And again, he just guns it back.
Yeah, and at this point, surely you're saying to Penniston, you've got to just keep it on the backhand for a bit, because as much as Brody's got a good backhand, it's a flat backhand, he does not have the power that he does off the forehand side. But that means Penniston playing kind of against his strengths with his game, lefty game going into the forehand. But at this point, you've got to try something. You've got to feel bad for Penniston. He's trying to keep it on the backhand side, but Brody finding such a good target there, nice and flat, that he was forced to drop it central. Then it's on the Brody forehand and he was in trouble.
To the line. Keeps him in the game at the moment.
That's how good it's got to be right now.
Yeah.
Get on the scoreboard early here, it might give Liam something to think about.
To be honest, I think after that shot, Penniston's thinking, he got a racket on it? Rare miss. Can't believe it.
Even with that.
He's staring at the line thinking that his end must be bigger. There's no way. Absolutely plumb.
Penniston asking, I think, is that it?
Just can't believe it. And it's that feeling, I'm sure you've had it, Marcus, where you're like, the end you're playing into feels so small, and that he's everywhere. He's getting to every ball you hit, and then your end, it's like you can't cover it.
It's almost like you can't even let a rally ball, because it's just gone.
Yeah.
So you have to think. Yeah. Something different there. Just got to try everything at this stage. needs this game, Peniston.
He really does, doesn't he? I mean, broken twice in succession. The last couple of attempts in that first set. Brody is prowling around, hunting down another one, and he may get it here. Again, such a strong reply.
Would Ryan have to go for that shot if he wasn't feeling so under pressure? Normally he'd play that back solidly cross, but right now he feels he can't. Everything he's playing safely is getting destroyed.
That is what pressure does to you, and certainly for Peniston, who's been under so much of it from the firepower coming again and again. It's a real barrage, an onslaught from Brody today. Eyes on the prize, and he may well get first prize here in the not too distant future. Just continuing the great work of that first set, Marcus.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Ryan, he's going to have to go for more, isn't he? It's not been particularly nice for him at the moment. But as I said, that shot at deuce isn't the right shot to play, but he feels he has to play it because he's been trying the percentages, he's been trying to do the right things, but this man right here is playing some serious tennis today.
Yeah, he really is.
And yeah, he will draw a few more silly errors as such, even though he probably does have to go for shots he doesn't want to.
You kind of feel that the only thing that might get in Liam's way is thinking about the end result. Not keeping the focus.
He seems very up for it today.
But he does.
Compared to, I mean, he was calm in the last few matches, but today looks like he's got that fire in his belly.
Holding the shoulder a bit, Peniston, after missing on that. Again, it's the pace of the shot coming through at him. Now, with even more scoreboard pressure, mind will be racing, trying to think of what to do. Can't live with it long enough.
Now you can see there Peniston just getting pushed back at kind of half a step after each backhand he had to play there.
Many of those of late. It won't stop him going for more, I'm sure.
It's an onslaught.
It is, yeah. Yeah, the force is very much with him.
Penniston is normally such a solid player, can soak up a lot of abuse from the other end, but this is just, you can just feel that he's being overwhelmed here.
Yeah.
Again, pushed back a couple of steps behind the serve. Got to be really careful. I mean, if this game goes, it just doesn't look like Brody's going to flinch with his level.
It doesn't today. I mean, I was saying, you know, to Marcus, wasn't it, that just the fact of the only thing that seems that might get in his way would be thinking about the end result, but he's so focused and plays so well that would seem unlikely. Well handled. Nice, surprising little wrap around the ball there for the angle. Brody saw it coming, but then he's out of position to defend that last shot. Nice little flick back. A rare moment of positivity in this match for Penniston. It's his first game in a while, and boy, does he need that. But can he make use of it to bounce back? Brody still the man in charge of this men's final. Concluding day of the UK Pro Series, the Classic Week. And Penniston, well, he's really up against it, but he'll keep fighting. But it is Brody at the moment, up a set and 2-1. Games gone, so a change of balls. No sign yet of a change in direction here. Brody too strong for the most part so far for Ryan Penniston, and still with a break advantage in this second set. 2-1. Wow. Penniston scampering across the baseline. And, he's got reward there. Brodie having to kind of adjust close to the net, hits it long. Penniston suddenly taking a leaf out of Liam's book and just being more aggressive himself, going after it. He's making a bit more noise about his shots, you know, just all of a sudden having got that hold, ended the great run that Brodie's had of games. Well, this could be a significant one coming here.
Yeah, he's trying to dig his heels in, isn't he, and come up with something different. He couldn't just continue on, sort of rallying nicely from the back of the court and soaking up the pace, because he was just getting overwhelmed. So credit to him for trying something different, just taking the ball a little earlier, really throwing himself through the back of the ball to get as much pace as possible. Trying to disrupt that contact point from Brodie.
Go.
Yeah, and just a massive change in the positioning in this game. Penniston upper on the baseline and Brodie 2 meters behind. We haven't seen that at all really through the match, especially on the Brodie serve.
Yeah. Penniston turned it around yesterday against Dan Cox so well.
Time, Brodie being the one on the baseline dictating makes all the difference.
Change of attack there with the run in behind the serve. Working his way out of some trouble.
Nicely done, little change up in the corner.
Drags himself through it. His break points down, but now he's 3-1 up in this second set. That maybe his best chance gone.
And there's some positives for him to take in terms of pushing Brodie in that service game. He made some changes which did really work. The fact that Brodie was able to respond once again, we know he's playing really well. It's just has that feel about it, doesn't it? It's going to be very difficult for Peniston to not be deflated right now.
Sweet. You're not doing enough with his last shot.
Taking it as early there on the return, trapped him up with the serve. Ryan's getting himself into the match here a little bit.
Just wide, but it was some rally. Neither man holding back. And Peniston still not out of it, although he's behind. He's down 3-2 at the moment in this second set, having lost the first. Well, Brodie knows that 3 more holes of serve would be sufficient. Maybe his main focus will go into these games. If he can't find another break, obviously this is still a critical lead for him to try and maintain. Yeah, signs from Peniston, having got a couple of games now after that long run against him. But this is still a match that has to be earned. Has to be won by Brodie. He's not going to be given it.
unreturnable. Can't think of anyone who'd get that back. Such a good serve. I'm going to say for Brody, it'd be really interesting to see. And it's the real test, can he just maintain this? Because if he finishes off this match like this, and together with yesterday's performance, that is 2 fantastic days put back to back for Brody. I mean, today possibly even better than yesterday. But that will be huge for him moving forward. And that's just because, as I say, it's been a little up and down. It's kind of been a good match and one that's not so good. You've had to fight fatigue, as everybody has through these tournaments, so you end up with a bit of a less intense, less quality performance you have to deal with mentally. And so to get to the end of this run of events and come up with probably 2 of your best days is impressive. Thought he had it. Possibly just concerned about the cameraman he was about to crash into.
The cameraman thought he had it, I think. Charging in.
Super serve.
Yeah, some really good stuff from him. I mean, the aces, the way he's mixed things up, also maintained just a really strong mental approach to this match. Fired up, focused, showing what he's made of. Has Peniston got any more that might trouble him? Prevent Brody becoming the men's champion.
Crucial for Peniston just to stay with him in the score. I know he's down a break and it does look pretty ominous, but just to keep that element of pressure, just in case a crack might appear.
Flying in, he's trying to change it up, but Brody aware of it, and the way he dips the ball down perfectly makes that much harder to hit. Too far away.
Yeah, looked like he was aiming right in the corner. Pennington frustrated with that one. You know, maybe just the legs feeling a little heavy. Footwork not great around that ball. Both these players had you know, big matches yesterday. Didn't commit fully to that shot. It was a bit of a nudge, stopped the swing and was just kind of trying to push it there. It was almost like a jab rather than playing the full shot to gain the control.
Again, covers well and sends it on its merry way. It's got to be that good, it seems, to get through Brodie today. Still, just the one break making the difference in this second set. And change ends. Have a bit of a sit down and a moment's thought that it is Brodie up 4-3 in the second set. Still with a firm grip on proceedings here. And very positive in his delivery of each shot there. I mean, he had a lot of time to think about those balls that were floated back, including this one. But he met it very strongly and then knew his moment to come in and pounce on that. Nicely split stepping and moving through to hit the volley well. Looking to take this form through to the title.
Clinical finishing. Not a lot Ryan can do right now. And Liam's in this kind of mood.
Came sailing back beautifully onto the back of the court.
Just 4 more of those and he could have a chance of breaking it.
Simples.
Hit out harder.
Yeah.
Definitely stopped him swinging with that body serve. 1 game away. Very, very impressive by Liam today so far.
Right from the start, hasn't it been?
Unbelievable. Bring out your best performance right now. That's clutch.
Yep.
Still not done yet, but 14th wristband of the match. It is quite sticky in there. Oh no.
No, it's a good serve. I mean, if you say good serve, then it's like... Yeah, no, the umpire is supposed to you can call that, that's the rule, right?
Ideally, it should be you guys. But I did hear that, so I think it should play too.
This is ideally us, I mean, obviously, yeah.
Bit of confusion over the rules here.
Brody said it was a good serve, but the umpire said he heard a let. So it's reload.
But then said, ideally you call it. It's a little bit of a grey area there, Darren.
Yeah, we don't need those.
Come on, Darren.
Very sharp shooting on the front foot, taking charge.
Not seen this sort of standard of hitting with this consistency for a very long time. I mean, every time he stepped in and cracked it, I can't remember when he's really missed well. Really, really good tennis.
Anybody coming into a final wants to play their very best, and there's no doubt that Brody has been right up there from point one. Prepared himself really well for this final match of a long series. He was winner in week 3. And here the 6th and concluding week, the classic week, to finish off this new event. He's 2 points away from the title. That pesky roof just got in the way.
You can understand why. He seems like he's been enjoying this match. You can't enjoy tennis playing like this. I want to try something else.
No, exactly. Yeah. It looked like it was going in. Just a little bit high. There's a roof in the way, unfortunately.
It would have been tough. Imagine the sun up there,
oh.
getting it back deep, bit of wind, yeah.
Not much fun. Actually, first time he's gone a bit passive there with the approach. He is human after all.
Oh, he's very much that.
And it's been tough for Peniston. He just was never really allowed to get going, and then he's done well to kind of stay with Broady here in this second set, but still, it just hasn't felt like anything's been flowing from him. It's all been quite clunky because it's just all been dictated by Broady.
He was trying to do exactly that again. Doesn't manage to clear the net that time, so Peniston still clinging on. He's got to try and find an elusive break if he's to go any further in this match. It is 5-4 Broady in this second set. He's got this far, and he's almost there, it would seem. One more strong hold of serve, any hold of serve right now would do for Liam Broady, a 26-year-old from Stockport who has been fully involved in this UK Pro Series. Had success already, but this, the big one now, the final match. Again, he's up on the, or inside the baseline, bossing the point behind the serve, working the wings. Peniston pushed deep and wide and into a difficult place. It's been an uncomfortable afternoon for him.
Just got away from him, he didn't get a grip on the ball.
I feel like maybe he should have gone cross there. When Liam went down the line with that forehand, he had a bit of space to hit into. It's a more natural shot as well. To play line there, you've got to get it absolutely spot on, and quite a difficult shot to play.
So easy to overpress long when you're moving forwards as well up the court.
One more too far. Yep, championship points now for Broady. Came in as the highest ranked player in the men's draw. And one more point here would do it for him. Can he take the title? Serve again. First of 3 championship points. It is an excellent performance from first to last as Brodie takes the title. He is the UK Pro Series Classic Week champion, and he tops the lot in the end in great style. That is a fine win. He came out with only one thing on his mind, to do exactly what he has done. He's performed right to the highest level. We've seen such great tennis from him this week, and indeed today, well, the best yet. And what a way to claim the first prize. $20,000 will go to him as the champion, $15,000 to Ryan Peniston, the runner-up. But really, Naomi, there was only one player ultimately taking charge of that match. It is Liam Brodie, and he's done it in straight sets, 6-2, 6-4.
I thought it was outstanding, really. I thought it was just a fabulous performance, completely dominant. He's the top seed here. He had the target on his back, and he had a lot of other players playing in great form as well. And I think he did so well to raise his intensity, raise his game, still bring such a good and positive attitude. You can see there the numbers are a little one-sided. That first serve percentage, a bit of a killer for Ryan. And for Brodie, everything looking incredibly tidy indeed. Just so much pressure, relentless pressure. And we said coming into this match, he's looked his best when he's been aggressive. When he's been neutral and sort of trying to rally and work the ball around, that's when the errors have come. He hasn't looked sure. He's looked caught in the middle. And that is exactly what he did today in terms of just being aggressive from the start and maintaining it. And he looked fantastic.
And that's what he has to take forward, isn't it, whenever he does play next and compete, whatever it is, whether it's at home or indeed abroad, that kind of mindset, that approach, if he is fully committed, is going to take him a lot further in the game. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's you know, he's knocking on the door, isn't he? He's not too far off, looking at Grand Slam qualies, playing in challengers and picking up some wins. So he's already in the position where if he has some really good runs, you can pick up big points in any of those events. So things looking really good for Brodie if he can maintain this level. And if we can get these tournaments up and running again, then, you know, 2021 is going to be a fantastic year for him. So that's it from the comms booth for that match. Let's go down to join Marcus Buckland, who will take us towards the presentation ceremony.
Barry, thank you very much. We'll have the presentation in just a moment. We've reconvened outside. Marcus Willis has dashed down from the commentary booth. He's moved as quickly in the past 2 minutes as he has in the past 2 weeks. And he's delighted because you got your prediction right. Liam coming through in the end.
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be that straightforward, but yeah, he played fantastically, I thought, today. That was a ridiculous performance.
Yeah, how well would you say he is playing overall at the moment at the age of 26?
I mean, that's as good as it gets. I mean, he can compete with anyone playing like that, really. Yeah. At any level, Grand Slam level. That's, I mean, how can you really played aggressively and he didn't miss much?
And all credit to Ryan Peniston. Of course, we saw him come from a set down in his semi-final yesterday. He doesn't go away. He battles right to the very end, and I'm sure that Liam was aware of that as well. Yeah, he's great. Both great competitors. He did well to hang in there with the level Liam was playing. Just not quite enough. Went that early breakdown in the second and couldn't quite get it back. That's tennis for you. And what we've heard from so many of the players is how their confidence levels, their belief has grown as a result of this series of matches. So where would you like to see Liam go from here? What can he still achieve? I mean, he's still a relatively young man in tennis terms, isn't he? Well, I think so now. I think people are playing their best tennis late 20s, early 30s now. So judging on that, yeah, as I said, he can beat anyone playing like that. It's just trying to achieve that level consistently for him. We're obviously playing different types of player as well, so
you know, to get to the top, you have to play like that for a very long time.
Yeah, the players are going to join us in just a moment. Ryan's also spoken about the belief that he has gained over the past few weeks. I think it's vindication of everybody who's organised this series. You want matches, don't you, Marcus? The only way you can really improve is in a match environment. And well, they've had plenty of those. Billy Harris has had 42 of them in 42 days. You can't get much better than that.
No, I mean, how long does that normally take to play that many matches? Maybe a year you'll play that many matches. So this has been great for everyone. Obviously, Battle of the Brits as well. It's what we're really lacking at the moment, I think. So.
Yeah, well, it's that belief that is required, and the players are emerging. You'll hear a sprinkle of applause. Let's have a lot of applause, please. And first of all, if our runner-up, Ryan Peniston, could come over and have a quick word. Thank you, Marcus. Ryan, commiserations, but congratulations on making the final, which is a terrific achievement in itself. Just how tough was Liam to play in there?
Yeah, Liam played really well today. You know, he didn't give me anything. There's no cheap points. So yeah, it was a struggle from the first ball. So congratulations to him.
We know how resilient you are, though, and there was never any sign of you going away. You kept battling to the very end.
Yeah, I tried my best. I feel like I've been doing that all week, and it's worked, but it wasn't enough today. So yeah, tough.
You've spoken about the belief, though, that you've gained from playing a whole series of high-profile matches over the past couple of months. So how much confidence will that give you going into whatever comes next?
Yeah, it's given me loads of confidence, to be honest, playing against players of that level. I'm just grateful, you know, that we were able to play these tournaments that they were put on. So thanks to everyone involved and who organised them.
And what's the plan now? Where do you go from here?
It depends on tournaments getting cancelled or not. But probably, you know, start on the futures again, and then hopefully try and get into some challenges and work my way up. Yeah.
Well, Ryan, you've created a really favourable impression. You don't go home empty-handed, because there is the silver salvo as runner-up UK Pro Series 2020. It's Ryan Peniston, and you get that bit as well. But our champion is the left-hander from Stockport, Liam Brodie. Liam, it's been a long and winding road, but it ends with you as top dog. Just sum up what it means to you.
No, it's been a great week. I mean, the last 5-6 weeks have been fantastic. So, thanks to everyone involved. You know, from the physios to, you know, the guys in the tournament office, even the guys who have been cleaning the benches. They've been absolutely on it. You know, without any of these guys, obviously this event couldn't have gone ahead. And I think, you know, we've all had 14, 20, you know, obviously Billy Harris had 42 good matches. So no, I'm just so grateful. Obviously helps go towards the rest of my year, and now I've got to go and get ready for the clay.
And Marcus Willis, who was in the commentary box, says he reckons that's just about as well as you can play.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think my movement's ever really in question, or my consistency when I'm playing well, but I think it was probably a little bit tougher for Ryan today, because I was taking the ball on a little bit more, but, you know, still doing it consistently. He's a fantastic player, obviously. I mean, pretty much every match we've ever played has gone to 3 sets, so I was almost expecting it at the end there. And like you say, he didn't go away, and, you know, it's always tough to serve it out. You know, we all play to serve out the match, but then when it comes down to it, it's always pretty sticky situation, so I'm just glad to get through it.
And you haven't gone away in terms of your career. You're still only 6 years of age.
Yeah.
What sort of plans and ambitions have you got now?
Well, I'm going to go home for 2 days.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and then it's a quick turnaround. I'm getting ready for the clay. I'm going to play a month of challenges on the clay in Italy, and prep for French Open qualifying. Obviously go there and see what I can do. Hopefully keep ripping the ball like I was on the indoors here. Get a little bit more joy on the clay as well. So yeah, I mean that's the near future, and see what happens with the pandemic.
Well, we all hope for the best, but certainly you've been a fantastic performer in this series. You are the champion, and to paraphrase a film, Chief Brodie, you're going to need a bigger trophy cabinet for that little beauty. It's yours. You are the 2020 UK Pro Series champion. Liam will celebrate as he deserves to. We're going to take a short break. There is more tennis to come. We have one more match for you. It's the women's third place playoff, Eden Silva against Harriet Dart, and that's just a couple of minutes away. I hope we are.
So the final match of the day for you here on Court One. My word, has this been a day full of quality. Sensational finals. Liam Brodie there just running away with the men's title. And the Pineapple Trophy for him to take home. And the final match of the day will be the third and fourth place playoff between Eden Silva and Harriet Dart. They have played once this week already, just a few days ago. It was Harriet Dart that won that, but it was a final set tiebreak. It was a really tight match. Silva winning the first set 6-3 before Harriet came through 6-2 and then 10-7 in the final set. Darren Michaels in the chair calling from the court. Myself, Naomi Cavaday, and Marcus Willis will be calling from the commentary box. Pleasure to have you with us for this and to have had you with us throughout the week and the 5 weeks previous. It really has been a fabulous event. The players have loved it, I know that for sure. It's been fantastic to watch. We've loved it up in the commentary box this week. Just such a high level from all of the players and getting better and better week on week. Some mammoth efforts. Billy Harris getting the honourable mention for his 42 matches in 42 days. Quite extraordinary. One every single day. Might have to do some detraining after this. And Eden Silva has played a good part in this tournament as well. So Eden Silva was in the semi-final yesterday, and she was playing against Jodie Burrage, but unfortunately was struck down with a little bit of food poisoning and was really struggling when it came to the semi-finals. Which is such a shame because she had played so well, particularly in her final group match against Naomi Brody. That was an awesome display from Silva. I really enjoyed it. But then against Burrage at 6-2, 1-love down, she was forced to retire. But because it is an illness, you are allowed 24 hours to get back to play and get back to full fitness. So she was given that. And here she is out on court, looking to take on Harriet Dart once again. Harriet Dart had won all of her matches through the round robins and then took on Emma Raducanu in the semi-finals, and it was a fantastic match from Raducanu. Really, she did play very well. Dart wasn't at her best, but Raducanu playing the better tennis and ending up taking the title. So we'll just have to watch in the early stages to see how Silva is looking sort of health-wise. Yeah, solid hitting there, the depth doing the work for Silva. I think already signs that you know, she is not going to be feeling 100%. I'm sure she will do her best. She's a fabulous athlete, great mover around the court and is in brilliant shape. It's been a long week, but as you can see, a long rally there and not looking too perky. But a really nice challenge for her to be taking on Dart. She was the top seed here at this event, ranked 146. Early pressure for Silva here. Dart getting onto those serves, starting to dictate from the back of the court. And a couple of break points in this first game. Dart will be just watching the entry lists. Might be an opportunity for her to squeeze into the US Open main draw. I think she's about 8 out at the moment, and there are players dropping all the time. It's a very unusual situation. Okay, nothing about this year has been normal by any means, of course, but for the cut to go down as low as 140-ish. That's never happened, not that I can remember. Normally cut looking at sort of 108, 110, just depending.
Sometimes even less, right?
Yeah, there was an Australian Open, I don't think it was this year, it might have been last year, where there were a lot of special exempts in the women's draw, and actually the cut was so, it was so high. People who were expecting sort of ranked 105, thinking, okay, that puts me in, get squeezed out with those protected rankings. But for Dart, if she's not able to play there, then there is a $125,000 event in Prague. She'll head there instead. So for somebody ranked where Dart is, some options, even though they're limited, especially with the qualifying at the US Open not being on. But then, much like Leon Brody was saying after he won, Harriet will be in Roland Garros qualifying there as well. So the promise of matches, all being well, is kind of just around the corner for those just outside the top 100, like those two. Nicely taken there from Silva. But for the players sort of ranked 250 and lower, I think they're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The focus has been starting at the top of the tour, hasn't it? And it's going to filter its way down. They have to start somewhere.
Yeah, just like if you have a chance to play and you want to go and play, then it's a great opportunity for some of these guys. I don't think anyone can say what's right or wrong in these strange times.
Yeah, nicely done by Dart, just taking that one early in the wrong footer, catching Silva off guard. I don't think this is the sort of game that Silva would have been looking for, a long one to kick things off. As I say, normally she is a fantastic athlete, happy to run around and go with rallies as long as you like, but today, not looking 100%. So a breakpoint opportunity here once again for Dart, looking to press right from the beginning. It was such a tight encounter they had just a few days ago. And it was Silva who got off to the flyer there, so looking to reverse things. Just squeeze that one in. Breakpoint opportunity. Just missing that one wide. Well, taking a little while to warm up this match, taking a little while to get that game done, but it was worth it for Dart as she gets the early break on the board. In terms of the international tennis that is on at the moment, it's the WCA Tour that's kicked off first, quite unique for sport around the world. Sports, the men have kicked things off, so we're still waiting for the ATP to start. It'll be starting next Saturday, I believe. It comes to the main draw of the Western and Southern Open. The women will be there as well, but they've already played 3 events. 3 WTA Tour events completed. One in Prague in Simona Halep, taking the title there. World number 2. It's actually a bit some rough luck for Eden Silva through the tournaments here. She's played in a number of the Pro Series weeks, but she's had to retire from a match 3 times. First time, I think, was a shoulder injury. Pulled out in the middle of that match against Christie, 3-2 down. Then was competing against Nadia Rawson, down 4-1. Withdrew there. A nasty car accident in the morning and was still a little bit shocked from that. Did come back though the following day and then won the week, beating Brody in the final, and then of course withdrawing yesterday with food poisoning. So
okay,
bit of a killer for Silva through this tournament. She's done a lot of good work as well, got a lot of wins on the board. Serve from Dart, it's got good pop on it. Plays that flat one well down the tee. For Dart, she kicked off the year looking pretty good actually, qualifying and winning a round at the Australian Open, and she qualified and lost in the first round last year, so going 1 round better this year. And then she lost to Simona Halep 2 and 4, but won 4 matches on the trot there, and that was the 3rd time she's qualified, come through qualifying at a Grand Slam, so proving that she can do it consistently. Out of the 5 Grand Slams going, Australian Open 2019 to Australian Open 2020 inclusive, 5 Grand Slams, qualified 3 times, and then also got a wild card into Wimbledon.
Made 3rd round there, did she? Up losing to Ashley Barty, I believe.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Marcus's Dart finds the line that time with the forehand. Yeah, and really capitalised there. So if you think 4 out of the 5 slams, you know, the 5 last slams we've had, she's been winning matches pretty consistently. Really good news for her. It's sitting at 146, so kind of knocking on the door of the top 100. showing that she can play that level of tennis. She's beaten top 100 players. She's winning matches in those tournaments. And now it's just about being able to do that week in, week out. And then if you can manage that, then the ranking follows.
Slightly generous one there from Harriet.
I look very close. I mean, definitely most of the ball was out. I mean, that doesn't count. Yeah, you mentioned that match against Ashley Barty. You know, a phenomenal experience for Harriet Dart, of course, on centre court. She's actually played 3 top 10 players in her time. Yeah, nicely played there. Silva having to work very hard, a long rally. Dart just keeping it nice and steady, not really going for too much. Silva able to respond. Yeah, the first time Dart qualified at the Slam, as I say, Australian Open 2019. Then played Maria Sharapova, huge match. Didn't go very well, got a little overwhelmed. It was love and love, and it was one of those matches where Sharapova, she played great. She was just kind of...
She plays big, doesn't she?
Zoning in, and when things are working, there's not much you can do. Dart possibly a little overwhelmed by the occasion, but then to bounce back. And do what she did in the next Slams. Okay, Roland Garros clay is not her best surface, but then moving on to Wimbledon, reaching the 3rd round, qualifying at the US Open, coming back to Australia, qualifying, winning a round, get a chance against Halep. It's, you know, it's a good response. She clearly learnt quickly from the situation.
Yeah, sometimes it's a good thing, having one like that. You learn a lot more.
That was gone, so Silva does get on the board here. It's been a tough old start. Taking quite a while for these two to get the scoreboard moving. Lots of long rallies, but it is Dart up with a break, 2-1. So Dart with the early advantage, up 2-1 on Silva, making a better start than she did in their previous meeting just a few days ago. We were just talking a little bit about the schedule of Harriet Dart. She did reach that 2nd round of the Australian Open, and she played the Fed Cup against Slovakia. That was a difficult ask over on the clay. Had a couple of good matches. Didn't get a win on the board. Before going to the Indian Wells Challenger, the 125K. That takes place before the main Indian Wells event. Managed to squeeze in one more match at a tournament before everybody was trying to get home as quickly as possible at the beginning of March. And for Dart, in comparison to the rest of the players in this field, she was coming in as the top seed and with a target on her back, as I mentioned, but also was coming in quite underdone in comparison to the other players. Her first match here this week was only her third singles match since March, since lockdown came in. So for Harriet this week has been about getting the time on court, of course. Getting those matches in as best she can. And the reason that she wasn't able to take part in the events earlier on was she's had a little bit of a groin strain. It's been bothering her all year and it just wasn't quite ready. She played some doubles in Battle of the Brits first up. Good hitting, too deep for Silva to deal with. But she played some dubs just to test it out, played a bit of mixed doubles and came through a few matches there, seemed to come up okay. So then put herself forward for some singles action. And good news for Dart, 7 matches in 7 days this week, and it looks pretty healthy.
Yeah, she looks like she's moving well, which is good. Do you say these Harriet and Eden play pretty similarly, style-wise? I've not seen a lot of Harriet play, but they seem to move the ball around nicely from the back.
I think Harriet's definitely got a bit more natural power on her shots and a bit more sort of flatness with her strikes.
Yeah.
Likes to take it down the line early, and she really leans through, uses her height quite well as well. But Silva a little bit lower with her centre of gravity, a bit more explosive with her movement around the court. That's all. Little differences.
Yeah, no, of course.
Because that's what you've got to look at. You know, if you're playing somebody, it's about those little things you can try and exploit and the strengths that you've got to be aware of.
Everyone's got their own identity, haven't they, on the court? I can't think of 2 players with the same technique who play exactly the same at all.
Yeah, exactly. You have 2 really aggressive players and just do it in completely different ways. Darts just feel like she's trying to play within herself a little bit. She's not kind of opting for max pace. You know, she's aware of the situation with Silva, maybe just trying to feel out what Silva's able to bring to the court. Been nice and steady so far. know someone's not quite 100%, there's no point going on and just teeing off and giving them quick, easy points. You want to make them work, see what happens. We've had a lot of long rallies so far.
Didn't quite time that serve how she'd want to there. It happens.
Just getting away from Silva. In their previous match, it was you know, high quality stuff, and for Dart there were moments where it was difficult to get it through Silva. She does move around and soak up pace pretty nicely. She's quite a balanced player as well on the court, low centre of gravity. It's a good body serve, that unable to get out of the way. The second serve is a little vulnerable for Silva. Something that Dart would be looking to attack, but didn't even have to have a swing there. Double fault for Silva brings up a break point for Dart to extend this lead. Oh, completely outstretched there, managing to just turn the hands over to bring that one down and right into the corner.
Lovely strike there. She had to make it there. Pretty good return there as well. Not a lot you can do about that.
Of opportunities that Eden has had to just fend off here. Dart looming. Good dig there from Dart. Opportunity to get a comfortable lead. Yeah, she's always going to look pretty solid at the net, Silva. Great doubles player, good net skills. So when she comes forward, you've got to make her come up with something awkward. Nicely done. Aggressive with the movement, getting up inside the court. Dart just kept it down low, but just wasn't able to get the depth.
Impressive tennis this game from both players. Lots of winners.
Just getting the feet stuck there, Silva. That's not usual for her. Does have good footwork around the ball. Nice. It was right in the corner there from Silva. You can understand the sneak approach, but into the stronger wing of Dart, and found a nice flat backhand cross court.
Just not quite enough on it. Was very accurate though, but I feel like Harriet can do that. I feel like that's a very makeable shot for her.
Off the back foot. Bit of pace, bit of width.
It's an impressive game, this one.
So another long service game for Eden Silva to try and fight her way through. Well, I mentioned the net game of Silva, but how about the net game of Dart as well? Tremendous doubles player in her own right. Dealing with that very comfortably. Yeah, drop shot just not good enough, and Dart tracking it down with plenty of time. It's definitely been a hard-fought 5 games, but 4 of them have gone the way of Harriet Dart, and she has secured the double break. And she leads Eden Silva. She's up 4-1. So worrying signs for Eden Silva. We knew she was struggling coming in after withdrawing yesterday. And I think that will be that. Yeah, there's a retirement from Eden Silva. It's incredibly unfortunate for her. She had bad food poisoning, we are led to understand, and just clearly 24 hours not long enough to fully recover. Wanted to see what she could do, and you have to say, you know, she was really trying to hang in there and was forced to play some long rallies, which I'm sure she wasn't particularly enjoying. She hasn't been looking 100% or too perky. So
a
shame for Eden Silva. So it will be Harriet Dart that takes the 3rd place. And unfortunate that we don't get a completed match here. And it's been a lot of bad luck for Silva through these events.
Yeah, not the way she wanted to end these tournaments, but these things happen, and hopefully in a few days she can get back up and running again and crack on with other training or some more matches if possible.
Yep, I think all players looking forward to having a bit of a rest and then getting back onto court, competing wherever possible. For Dart, she has a few options with her ranking up where it is. So we'll be looking forward to seeing her back out in action, and good for her to have got these matches under her belt. I know she's had disappointing loss to Raducanu, but she will be definitely in far better form now than she was at the beginning of the week. Well, thank you for joining us through this week and the 5 weeks we've had leading up to this. It's just been a tremendous day full of tennis. We've been striving to bring you the best of British, and I really feel like we have achieved that here at the UK Pro Series. A sensational level of tennis put out onto court. The Brits are ready, and whenever the international events kick off, I'm sure they will be in fine form. Thank you for joining us. We do hope to bring you this event some point in the future, and you will continue to follow our British players through all of their endeavours for the rest of the year and 2021. For myself and the rest of the team, Marcus Willis, Marcus Buckland, of course, Barry Milnes, Abigail Johnson, we wish you goodbye.